Let's get back to it. The event is not that long, so we'll see how this ends up going. Depending on how things go, there might not be anything to do tomorrow for the event, which would be fine. The keyword cooking pot near the lighthouse to make berries and fried meat. So got that. Let's see what... I do also have Stygian, I guess. Maybe. Let me see, and it's in Fontaine, and that's it. And it's Shibanu. Encounter Shinabu, who appears to be handling some matters. Aww. Aww. Also, I think it's just the shop that they... Right? Selling that. Yeah, it was just the shop. It's actually hilarious. Okay, well, alright. Send the expeditions through. And then... get back to things. Guess I will need to maybe... that's boring stuff that I can do afterwards, honestly. Wearing stuff out for Stygian. I mean, yeah. I almost corrected myself, but it is Stygian. It is right. So, do have DPC right now. It's not that it matters that much at the moment. Okay. And we can speed boost with DPC. Nice. 3, 4. Not that that was particularly important or useful. Okay. The real question is what I'm gonna clip. Wonder what, in terms of the event minigames, would actually be interesting to do for that. Also, I am kind of interested in getting Pacopia now for various reasons. But if I do, I would kind of like to get it soon, because they do have that Hop-Hip, Skip-Loom, and Jump-Luff event. And I would not like to miss it if I have any say in the matter. Thanks. Come on. We only hit with one of them. Lame. Okay. Thank you. And to do that event, you gotta kind of rush the creation of a Pokemon Center. Also got that special season of ZA ranked, which I'm not entirely sure how I'll do that, because it's the one that requires you to use Pokemon that got new Megas in ZA, which isn't too crazy, because I could just send out Scolipede, catch a Staryu, evolve it into a Starmie. Do the same with a Raichu maybe, but I don't have access to those Megas yet, so I'd want to do at least a couple of... progress at least a little bit further in the story. Then of course there's also EV training and hyper training, which wouldn't be all that necessary if I was just trying to brute force it and suffer my way through, but even still. Because there are no new Mega Stones, it's just Mega Shards, at least for now. The new season, Season 8, which is going to start next week, is... the limitation is that the only held items are Mega Stones, and the only Pokemon that can be used are Pokemon that got new Megas in ZA, including the DLC, which does mean, for example, Garchomp, Lucario, and Absol, because they already had ones, but they got the new Z Megas. It's not entirely certain, I'd have to check whether they let you use the old Mega Stones, in which case I guess I could just use Absolite or something, but even still. Because you do get that little free Absol that just joins the party as the first Rogue Mega. That is true. And over there is still presumably Hyperborea. We're getting Dornman next patch. That again raises the question of, leakers say we might get the Moon as an instanced map. That raises the question of whether that'd be with Hyperborea in the same patch cycle as an instance, or whether it would be separate and one would maybe be the summer map. It's interesting. who knows? We should go and have the chef quest. Again, once Zebai and Ilga are done, I guess I could remove them from the party. Okay. So right now, again, they're decently close to 9, and then after that 10. This team is not enough of a team to be able to beat any weeklies, unfortunately, so I do have to just go for the full Zebai team, which is, to be fair, quite good right now, due to the fact that, oh, Illiga C3 decided to randomly show up. Not complaining. Okay. So we can go back here and make some more food. Need to make berries and fried meat. And chef's tail. What about the movie Shark Tale? Well. Okay, pretty normal. This is all we're doing here. Flynn's actually has some special dialogue post-quest. The big thing is that this is actually how you get his specialty. Well, the food item, which is the basis of his specialty. We need to incomplete Cloudberry Madame, which is basically Sweet Madame. A chopped chicken dish said to have gained real popularity. No, that's not that. Okay, nutritious and filling. Let's make the rest of these. Let's complete the dish. Complete the proficiency, because why not? Okay. Thank you. Let's get some more healing food. No, this is revival food, which I am not in any particular need of, really. Mashed potatoes with meat and fruit. Guess the fruit would be a good palate cleanser. Okay. I really do need to go and just catch up with a lot of these recipes and complete them. I mean, do I? Not really, but it'd be fun. Big thing is, I need to go and complete the teapots, because Nagra teapot is available now. The meat's been sliced into sizable chunks and fried perfectly after that, not bad. But let me remind you, when making fried meat, you must consider your side dishes. It's easy to get stuck from eating too much meat, and that's why the berries are there. Here on this island, we're in charge of everyone's dietary health, so a balance must be struck between vegetables and meat. This dish doesn't have enough such veggies on the side, we can't have that here. You need to practice more, come back next time, and whip up some Cloudberry Madame. Okay, that's next time. Chopped chicken dish, said to have gained real popular and not quite despite it being an imported recipe. Sweet Madame, it has a sweet and sour flavor that is indeed most delectable. A different flavor certainly, though judging by the name, was the base dish. The Sweet Madame, you wonder. Okay. Delicious Cloudberry Madame, a chopped chicken dish. The radiant amber sauce evenly coats every piece of chicken, encasing tender, juicy meat within its sweet, sticky exterior. No matter what it's paired with, this dish is sure to be scarfed down. Cool. But of course they didn't react to that. Oh, and the crystal fly trap decided to come due. That's fun. I mean, to be fair, I don't really need these anymore. Because I don't really... Just max that out and take a couple more of these. Okay. Don't have any need for the magical ore. Since I don't condense resin anymore, really, there's not much of a purpose to that. Okay, let's go over to Shibanu. Here's to Shinabu, who appears to be handling some matters. There's been discourse about this one. Yeah. Oh, well. Oh, and it's a distinctly Inazuman-looking woman. Or is she? Or Sumeru. I've already organized all the materials related to the products and the business premises, considering that the standard procedure of applying for the business license can take some time. Let me see. On the wiki, the anecdotes are formatted the same way of... yeah. Formatted the same way as the name cards, actually. But I am going to grab something real quick. Okay. I recommend that you coordinate with your partner in Fontaine as soon as possible to decide on a timing for handling the paperwork. Yamada. Okay, so it is Inazuma Merchant. Oh dear, there I was, so caught up in choosing the new store location that I almost forgot about this. Almost messed up big time. Please don't panic. According to the schedule we drew up, there's still ample buffer time. Miss Shinobu, you truly are a professional consultant. If it weren't for your help, don't know how many pitfalls I might have fallen into on my first overseas business venture. You're too kind. I'm simply doing my duty. I've accepted your commission. It is my responsibility to oversee every detail. As for the next phase of our marketing strategy, I have a fairly clear picture of our target audience, but I'll still need some time to scope out the competition. Of course, I really appreciate it. I'll check in with my partner first. We will reconvene once a suitable time has been arranged. Meet again later. Alright, feel free to contact me anytime. Traveler, what a coincidence running into you here. How have you been lately? Continuing her travels. Hi Shinobu, I've been good. Are you in Fontaine on business? Yes, a business owner wants to promote Inazuman specialties in Fontaine, so she engaged me as a consultant. I'm also helping to draft the business plan. Which brings me here on this business trip to assist with local procedures. It's a good chance to conduct market research too, and that's our Shinobu for you, the Arataki Games. Business is booming, and you can see Ushi over there. Speaking of which, this business owner is quite generous. After learning about the game's situation, she volunteered to cover travel expenses for the other members too. So Ito and the others are here as well? That's right, we came here together, and where are they now? Let me check the time. They should be underwater by now. Underwater? Maripede, yeah. It's underwater, meaning the fortress of Maripede. What happened? ... CG! Woohoo! Oh no, not a CG. Man, the water feels great. Oh, but they're not meant to be swimming in the aquabus canals. Pretty quick for such a teensy little ship, huh? Did you really think Arataki Ito was gonna lose to some boat? Mamoru, get in the water quick. Last one to catch that boat's a rotten egg. Not gonna be though. Do you even know how to swim? Can't take the splashing water. My mouth is not how you do it. Did they fall off or did they actively jump off? What led to this? Boss, wait, I still haven't learned to swim. Oh goodness. And then he died. Got a Melusine, cute, and she is displeased. Please, Kelfane, please refrain from swimming in the aqua rail waterway, passengers. It is very dangerous. I repeat, foreign tourists must also comply with the local laws. Passengers are not to swim in the Aqua Rail waterway. It's a violation of the Aqua Rail's Traffic Safety Act. How does anyone happen to know that very tall gentleman over there? Do you please help convince him to board the boat, otherwise he's under arrest. And then they can get all the water they want, surrounded by it.
水路で泳ぐのはやめなさい。立派な水路船舶交通安全法違反よ。
ミルジーヌさん。
I apologize, Miss Melusine, for causing you trouble. I'll fish them out right away.
すぐに奴らを引き上げる。
With her grass whip?
メンタ。
Menta, good thing you're here. And then they got arrested, right?
わかった。
Yep, understood. Hey, you big guy. Your behavior constitutes a serious threat to public transportation safety. I'm gonna need you to come with me. And she's just waving farewell. At least Ushi didn't do anything bad. How you got any proof who's been threatened? Everyone looks perfectly fine to me. Hey, you know I've got a top-notch player on my side. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, I guess she saw this as an educational opportunity. Besides, even that Tanguori, everyone's so scared of back home, and Inazuma can't do nothing to me. It's not true. It's a shorty like you supposed to bring me in. Robots. Shorty. Chibi. That's really mean. Nobietto-sama said I'm perfectly capable of doing any job I set my mind to. I'm going to arrest you right now. It is always cute when they let the Melusines blow their whistles, especially since they did give that animation a sound. Talking about one quest on the Talishort and Curve, Talishort did that basically every other minute, and it was cute every time. Cadet Boss Officer Melusine will cooperate and provide eyewitness testimony. Hey Shinobu, aren't we supposed to be on the same team? How could you? This isn't a big deal right now, but if you don't cooperate, this will only escalate further. Wouldn't want to make a fool of yourself while we're overseas now, would you? First you switch sides, then you go and hit him a home run right out of the gates. She really is the real boss. Well done, Officer Melusine. You can take them now. They won't give you any trouble. I mean, she's been more meta than him for a long, long time. Though arguably that's changed, because he can use Lunar Crystallize. Boss, wherever you go, we'll follow. Well, hopefully they'll learn their lesson. That about sums it up. It's not that serious. Their detention period will be just about over when I finish my business here. I'll just pick them up on the way back to Inazuma. You have it tough. Yeah, this is nothing. I'm used to it. I hear the Fortress of Meropide has a different management style from the Commission's detention shells. It'll be a good opportunity for the boss to broaden his horizons. Are you free later? I'm planning to go out pick out some gifts for Yonfe and Kujo-san. Appreciate if you could provide a second opinion. Absolutely no problem. Ready anytime. Thank you for your help. Just a moment. Ushi. Fraternizing with the dogs. Come on, we should get going. Wait, if Bull Chucker's in jail, why is the bull still here? Oh. Cute. Ushi has always had his own principles. Never gets involved in anything the gang does that's unreasonable or against the responsible one. He also helps handle all sorts of errands within the game. For example, Ushi was basically in charge of packing for this business trip. Interesting. I once advised him that he didn't need to force himself to stay by the boss's side. His talents he could accomplish much greater things.
しかし
But Ushi seems to
そ
have
れ
his
に
own
関して
plans
も
and
自
how
分
I
なりの
trust
考
his
えがある
judgment.
みたいだ。だから私もその選択を尊重する。
Oh. That was cute at least. I guess maybe I could try to get that one to show up again manually and see if Ushi would have any dialogue there. I don't think. That is cute. New anecdote recorded. Letter of the Law. In Fontaine, you run to Cookie Shinobu, who's attending to some business. She tells you all about what Ito and the gang have been up to, as well as their current whereabouts. It really does seem like everything works out better when you follow the law. I suppose so. So, let's go back to Mondo. Echoes of Memory. Is that gonna send us inside, or...? Yeah, it does teleport us straight to the office. Huh. You made it well, the whole gang's here, even you, Luke.
みんな勢ぞろいじゃないか。あ、リレックな旦那、お前まで来てるなんて。
ジンが騎士団を
Well,
代
Jean
表
wanted my
して意
input
見
on
を求
everything,
めて
even
き
though
た
I
が
left the Knights. Work has done a
す
lot
で
for
に
me.
騎士団は離れた身だがファルカさんには随分と世話になったからね。僕が
He
さっと
didn't
決
stop me
意した
from
時
leaving
も
back then or throw any
無理に引き
administrative
止めようとは
roadblocks
せ
my
ず
way, so I owe him one.
すんなりと見送ってくれた。
Well, as sad as you go, but your mind was made up, and anyhow, you're an adult. As long as you're prepared to follow through on your choices, who am I to stop
自
you?
分の選択に責任を持てるなら何をしたって構わんさ。俺が若い
And
頃
let me
は
tell you, my
お前よ
rebellious
り
streak
も
was
ず
way
っと
worse
反
back in
抗
the
的
day.
だったぜ。
Yawn. Stayed up all night doing the paperwork.
元気
Oh,
ない
you
の。
look pretty tired. Late night
結局
yesterday.
昨日
Yeah,
は
exactly.
遅くまで起きてたのか。
ああ、
Yeah, didn't get much sleep at all, and now my head's killing me. All
大
my
団長
terrible
としての
memories of
辛
being
い思い出が
Grandmaster
一
came
気に
rushing
蘇っ
back
て
at
きた
once.
からな。頭がガンガンする。
And that's why he wants to not be Grandmaster anymore. So... Not that long here. Okay.
大団長の言い
The
方には
Grandmaster's
語弊
wording
があ
is
るか
somewhat
ら
misleading, so
私から
we
補
too will
足さ
have
せ
our
てもらおう
hints.
昨日の
We
仕
made
事
quick
は
work of our
さほど
tasks
時間
yesterday,
がか
much
か
to
ら
the
なかったか
Grandmaster's
ら
great pleasure, so
大
we
団
set up
長
his
は
friend
上
Charles
機
for
嫌
a
で
few drinks.
古い友人のチャールズと飲みに行かれたん
Really?
だ
Well, you know how it is when you're catching up with an old
久し
friend.
ぶ
A
り
few
に友
drinks
達
turn
と会
into
え
a
たん
few
だ。
too many, am I right?
そう簡単には切り上げられないだろ。
Oh, sir just hung over and Palma was starting to feel bad for him.
バカだったぜ。
I see,
そう
understood.
分かった
Wakata.
先に入
I
場
just
した騎
received
士団
word
の
from the
団
night
員から
station
連
at the
絡があ
venue
った
that
わ
the setup is complete.
シーン
And
の
start
配置は
today's
完了
story
してい
at
る
any
から
time.
今
I
日
have
の
a
物語
question,
は
really.
いつでも楽しめるわよどうぞ
Ask away. If anyone can experience a story in the bubble, there shouldn't be anything in there that only I can do right.
そうだね
You mean like how
例えば
only you could have
トワリン
purified
の
Valen's
涙の浄化なん
tears?
かは栄誉騎士である君にしかできない他の人は
That
そんな
ability
力
is
持っ
unique
て
to
な
you,
い
and to
し
be honest, a lot of people
栄
might
誉騎
not
士な
even
ら
know
で
you're
きるってこ
capable
と
of
も知ら
something
ない
like
だろう
that,
から
so they might get
行き
stuck
詰ま
at
っちゃ
that
うよ
point in
ね
the story.
ちゃんとそこも
Don't
考
worry,
え
I
て
thought
ある
about
わ
that. The story told within the
シャ
bubble
ボ
has
ン
some
玉の中の
gems.
スト
I've
ー
deleted
リー
the
は
parts that might
ずっと
complicate
連続して
things.
るわけじゃないし対処が難しい展開は全て削除したわ特別なこ
The
とをす
remaining
る
content
必要
doesn't
はほ
require
と
the
んどない
participant to do much of anything,
演劇を見
actually.
るみたいに
Should be like watching a
歩き
play,
ながら
except you get to
見学する
walk
だけ
around
でいい
as you
の
enjoy the performance.
でも
Wait, but we ran into a
戦わな
combat
きゃいけない
encounter
とこ
yesterday
ろ
when
があ
that
ったぞ
fungus jumped out
キ
at
ノコン
us.
が飛び出してきたんだ
That's probably just for us. Maybe. We'll take care of that, Alice and I want this to be an experience even a child can complete without
子供で
trouble.
もクリアできるようにすること
Plea. Well, I think she's kind of an outlier.
これから体験
The
してもらう
parts you're
内
testing
容
today
は
are more stable,
比
so
較
there shouldn't
的
be
安
too
定
many
した部分だ
bugs.
から大きなズレは生じないと思うわ。でも
Of course, when you access the dicier sections, be sure to keep our vision in mind.
この基準を
Understood.
しっかり思い出してね。
最後にもう一つだけ。
Speaking of Alice,
ア
where
リ
is
ス
she?
はどこに行ったんだ？
クレイちゃんが
Clay demands some
遊びに行きたい
playtime with her mom,
って
and of
せがっ
course,
た
as
の
far as
よ。
Alice is concerned, nothing is more important than a request from
ク
her
レイちゃんが
daughter.
一番大切ですものね。
Ichiban taisetsu mono.
なるほど
Yep, that checks out. Ah, well, let's get this show on the road. Ready to witness our honorary night story firsthand.
行こ
For a reunion without tears, so it stopped overriding it. Originally, back in the prologue, it was for a tomorrow without tears. So we can enter the bubble world there. I don't believe there's any kind of specific right. Nothing to go check beyond that. Okay. Let's enter the bubble world. Oh.
やっぱりこ
Well,
のクラ
dizzy,
クラ
that's
す
gotta
る
take some
感
getting
じ。
used to. Why didn't that happen the first time?
なんで1回目は平気だったんだろうな。
どうやら
Oh, looks like
僕
I've
たちは
jumped
昨
forward
日
a
の
bit
出会
since
いから
yesterday. We're at the
少し
Felonious
時間
Cathedral
を飛
now.
ばしてセピロス大聖堂に来たみたいだね。
セピロス大
Wait, is this
聖
the
堂
bit where we steal or borrow the Holy Lyre?
もしかしてオイラたちが天空のライアーを盗むじゃなくて
And we're sure we want to expose this little detail. I don't think they'd mind.
オイ
Yeah,
ラも
Palin's
ちょっ
not
と
sure
不
about
意
this.
だ
Also,
ぞ。
why is Ginyo Yado the only one here? What
ど
about
うして
Vark and
金
the
曜野郎
others?
しかいないんだファルコたちは
Hey, don't worry, I'm
心
sure
配しな
Nicole
くて
has
い
it
いよ。
all planned out.
ニコがもう処理してくれているはずだから
Other
ね。
thing is the fact that Venti being able to, though presumably that was planned from the start, giving everything the sacrificial weapons in Thousand Winds Temple, and time and wind literally from the start. Holy Wire restoration was
ほら、
minor
Lirik
time
が来たよ。
powers plainly in retrospect. See, here comes
セ
Diluc
ピロ
now.
ス騎士団は
Word from the Knights of
ファデュイが
Venice is that the
天空のライ
Victoria
アーを
plan to
奪い
steal
に
the
行くことを
Holy
把
Lyre
握して
deal
い
from
た
now.
が
Fortunately, that
そ
intel
の
came
情
a
報
little
が
late.
少し遅かったようだ。今
A conflict between the two
中で
parties
両
is
者が衝
ensuing
突している。
inside. The Fatui succeed, we'll
も
miss our
しファ
chance
デュ
to
イが
borrow
成
the
功すれ
Lyre.
ば僕たちは天空のライアーを借りる機会を失うことになる。一刻を
Come on,
争う
let's
事
go
態だ。
help the Knights.
早く騎士団に加勢しよ
And his model is still just like this.
へえ。
Hehe. What is it?
う。どうした
そういう
Oh,
話
so
にな
that's
った
how
ん
we're
だ
explaining this
な
part, huh? Pretty convincing.
結構筋が通ってるように見えるぞ
真面目な顔
Yeah,
して
it's all
て
thanks
タ
to
ラ
that
メを言う
committed
ディル
performance
ック
from our
も
good friend Diluc.
なかなか頼もしいね。
僕はただ
I'm just reading the
Nico
lines
さん
Miss
から
Nicole
渡され
gave
た
me
セリ
to
フを
play
読んで
along
いる
okay,
だけ
the
だ。
cameras are rolling.
君たちも協力してくれ。この部分は録画するらしい。
心配しない
Don't
で。
worry, our operation isn't that strict. If there are slip-ups, I'll just delete them later. Feel free to
い
take
ら
a
ない部分
relaxed
は後で
approach.
削除するから芝居以外の時はリラックスしてちょうだいね。
ニコの声
Wait, that was Nicole's voice. Where's it coming from? The little witch bubble over here.
あの小さなシャ
Probably
ボン
in
玉
that
だ
small
ろ。
bubble. She's on a shovel.
ええ。
That's right, this is a kind of communication magic. Same one the Knights of Venice used to get in touch with me earlier.
こうして連絡を取っているのよ。体験の途
If you
中
get
で
stuck at any
ど
point,
う
you
すれ
can
ばいいか
contact
わ
me
か
through
らな
this
くなった
magic and I'll
時は
provide a few
こ
hints.
の通信魔法で助けを求めることもできるわ。はあ。
How very
用意
convenient, I
周到だ
suppose,
ね。
given how the story is
これ
progressing. We
な
don't
ら
have to worry about
心配なく
borrowing
天
the
空
Holy
のライ
Lyre
アーを
then.
借りることができそうだよ。
Hmm. Okay. Nothing specific.
君たちも知っている
That's
と思
right,
う。
obviously we're not including the
この
stealing
話
part
で
in
僕
this
たち
version
は
of the story.
天空のライアーを盗もうなどとは考えていない。最終的
After
に
all, the Fatui were the ones who ended up with it,
Lyre
borrowing,
Penny
stealing,
Leru
leaving out that detail doesn't
Fadin
change the
Wakeだからね。
direction of the story.
僕たちの目的はあくまで物語の展開に影響を及ぼさないことだ。今はセピロス騎
Anyway,
士
the
団
knights
と
are
共に
currently fighting to protect the
天
holy
空のラ
wire.
イアーを
Vark and
守
Jean
ら
are
なければ
already
なら
in
ない
the underground area. We should head
フ
over
ァル
as
カさん
well.
とジンは先に地下へ向かった。僕たちも行こ
Man, this is like getting to read the script before watching the movie.
みたいな感覚だな。
ね
I wonder what would
もし今
happen
回
if this
天
time
空
I
のライアーを
actually
盗
catch
もう
the
とした
Vitui
ファ
thief in
デ
the
ューを
act.
その場で捕まえたらどうなるの？そうな
That
っ
would
たら
complicate things.
困っ
Worst
て
case
しまう
scenario, we
わ
might need to do another take, so if you could refrain from going off script,
全
then
て
that
を
would be
最
great.
初から取り直すことになるから試さないでちょうだい。はーい。
Okay, okay. Hi.
お前
Someone's got
分
an
かっ
axe
て
to
て聞い
grind.
ただろ。
The only axe in this game is Nadia's. Well, enter the basement.
どうかした？
I doubt you need a hint for this
そこ
area.
に
Go
は
on now. The
ヒント
underground
になる
chamber
ものは
awaits.
何もないはずよ。
And of course, we can't leave at this point. It has been a while since I actually bothered going in here. That's right. I haven't had a reason to. Should be a second floor. A place to play the organ. Enter the basement. It's the bubble.
いいところに来た。
You're just in time. The situation is not looking good at the moment.
ファデュ
Vitui
イ
brought
が
much
予
more
想以上に
force
手
than
強いんだ。
expected.
もう大
Yeah,
丈
it's turned into
夫
quite
だ
a
よ。
mess. Fighting? They're in a big poetry club. That's funny. Someone got thrown. Cyrus. You're not bad boy against the Vitui though. You'll need to try harder than that.
俺たちファデュイと出くわした以上、お前の末路は決まったようなものだ。
なかなかやる
You
な。
and mess around. Huh? Take
こ
this.
の技を受けて
It's
みろ。
cool how Mighty Wolf pierces through the screen essentially
このままじゃ
with that effect. Oh no, if this keeps up, Holy Wire is gonna be. Sorry, Palma can't do this. Nicole, shouldn't these people be wearing Vitui costumes at least?
ファデュイの衣装くらいなかったのかよ。
Didn't have the budget.
今の状
Yeah,
況
it's
だ
kind of
と
hard to get in the zone
悪
where
役は間
opponents
違
look like
いなく
average
冒
guild
険者協
members.
会だね。ちょっと待って。
Oh, let me see here. Oh, looks like magical auto load has been disabled, so the Vitui costumes didn't appear. Convenient.
あ
And
あ。
Varka
魔法の
Kai is just
自動
hitting
読み込みが
that
無
shield.
効になってたみたい。それで衣装が表示されてなかったのね。今修
I'll
正
get
だ
that
けるわ。
fixed. Just ignore the problem for now and continue with the
こ
scene.
の問題は無視して
Remember,
いい
this is
か
a
ら。
tense moment.
さっきの緊迫感のまま続けてちょうだい。
わかった。
Got it? In that case, I'll evacuate the members of the
Jinja-chan.
church right away.
セピロス教会の人たちを避難させてくるね。
あ、
Alright,
Kind of-
thank you.
旅人。
As you see,
Meet them.
traveler, the situation is dire. Need to retrieve the holy lyre and get it back to
天
headquarters.
空のライアーを救い出して騎士団で保管するしかない。
ファデュイは騎士との
Looks
戦
like
い
the
に
Vitui are
忙
tied
し
up
くて
fighting the knights. I doubt they have
僕
the
たちのこ
manpower
と
to
を気に
spare
か
to
けてい
deal
る
with
暇なん
this.
てなさそうだね。
このまま突っ込ん
Which
で
means if we rush in, we
天
should be
空
able
の
to
ライアーを手
retrieve
に
the
入れよ
lyre. I'll see it done.
みんな乗り
You all sure are getting into character. Okay then, let's go. Approach the holy lyre derby now. Let's chat. Barbara. If the conflict really had escalated to this point back then, so just imagine the cleanup work.
後片付けはとんでもなく面倒だったでしょうね。
そうだ
Yeah,
ね。
good thing it didn't turn out like that. No use thinking about something that didn't happen right.
ため息までついてどうしちゃったの？
It is kind of funny that... Where's your vision again?
大切な休
When your
憩
free
時間
time
を
is as
守ろう
precious as
と
mine,
す
it's
る
hard not to think
と
about
つ
it.
い物思いにふけ
Okay,
て
it
し
is
まう
on
も
the
のな
book.
のよ。
That's right. Angry Barbara. It is on her book. Just... Kind of looks a little bigger than Rosaria's. Yeah. Interesting. I guess there is nothing that ever said that visions had to all be the same size, but still. You're not even holding a weapon. What's up with that? Jack, Kaya, and... is holding a fencing sword. Never thought I'd get the chance to spar with a cavalry captain. I'm always up for a duel as long as you treat me to a glass of wine after we're done. Okay. Let's see who's else around. It's Varka and Cyrus. Panting, I couldn't keep up with you after all, Grandmaster. It's like you've gotten even stronger since I last saw you. Is that true, or did Cyrus just get older? Expedition's a way of doing that. Do people ever consider taking your adventures out on a long trip? I think I'll pass. Lingering Boreas power, maybe. Wendell, no entry. This place is under Fatui jurisdiction. Hello. How you doing? If you haven't noticed, the event right now is basically just a retread with some variations of the initial prologue of the game in Mondstadt. I'm okay. A weensy bit tired, but nothing too bad. That's life. Eloise, you dare stand in our way, you'll face our Harbinger's wrath soon enough. Interesting. And where are they going? They gonna just disappear, or let's follow them? And they actually do just vanish entirely. I can't believe they killed them. Just for a show. Albedo and Lisa, what a coincidence, or perhaps I should say, great minds think alike. Yes, well, this looked like the most relaxed part of the performance. Lazy and lazy. I'd prefer to get this over with and return to my work as soon as possible. Assuming you feel the same, Miss Lisa, returning to not working. You're reminding me that I should commission some actual emotes. Of course, after all, this place suffers from a dire lack of comfortable chairs and good tea. Albedo could just paint a chair into existence, that is true. And there is the Holy Lyre. And originally got stolen by a Fatui Electro Season Mage. The Holy Lyre, there it is. Well, well, well. And it's fish. Seems our outer diversions were most effective, the knights know not that the true danger lurks right beneath their nose. And they gave her a bit of a mask. What's interesting is that this is maybe referencing something entirely hidden, which is that in the original beta for the game, before they had a model for Oz, or maybe before they had the idea for Oz at all, as a placeholder, or maybe just as the intention for her kit, instead of a bird, Fischl just summoned an Electro Season, so she was basically an Electro Season mage. It's no wonder you're known as the youngest, most capable Electro Season mage in your unit. Can read our enemy like a book. I wonder if they'd ever make this usable. It's not like they need to do anything special to make it. They've got them accessory on the model already. They've been doing a bit more like this lately. Minor variations. Makes you wonder if they will go back and make more sort of minor costumes, because they did that with Durin, some very minor outfit tweaks that you could toggle on and off by doing his story quest as a quote-unquote costume. No, we're too late. Put the lyre down. You heard her, put her down and put him up, or this is gonna get ugly. Ugly is Diluc's model. Wait, why are you the only one with a costume, Fischl? Why? Because I fashioned this headpiece myself, of course. How does it look? I'm the spitting image of an Electro Season mage, am I not? And I suppose I look enough like an Electro Season as I am. Hold on, trying to distract me with conniving conversation, are you?
葉で私を懐柔しようとするなんて。実力
Oh,
に
you
自信
underestimate
がな
me
けれ
to
ば
think I would appear before you without full confidence in my victory. Go forth, Oz, and Seasons take care of these pests.
ライケイ殿だ。
Go, my
この
Ozlings.
煩わしき敵どもを足止めしなさい。天空の
The
ライ
holy
ト
lyre de Himmel belongs to the Fatui.
ファデューのものよ。魔女の魔
We
法
got
ってすごいわ。
explode. No, she just flew. Okay. That's her burst, maybe. Well, that was fast. Mage powered flight is something else. No, because I don't live in California or Texas, and those are the only places you can live in the United States if you want to be a voice actor. I'm serious. And I have no interest in living in California or Texas. Texas because it's too hot, and California because it's too expensive. And also too hot in some places. So Oh. What's gonna happen? I don't know what's gonna happen. But the American voice acting scene is inherently very small and kind of incestuous because there are enough people like me who don't really care for English voice acting and will listen to other languages given any opportunity. And oh goodness, I need to resync the model. What I really need to do is just shave my stash, because it's getting in the way of mouth tracking. It's not like I dislike the sound of my own voice. I like the sound of my own voice. Probably an unhealthy amount. But there are lots of people with nice sounding voices. There aren't many people who can voice act, and not many people, even fewer, who can make a career out of it. So who knows? Who knows? Here, take it away and don't let them catch you. What is Amber doing here? Let me see something. Oh, that's nothing. A gliding champagne to the Fatui can't handle. Maybe. I don't know. I see something here. Wait. And then I don't plan to die on the toilet, in case that's what you meant. Joking. And it's chase after the escaped Fatus. Fatui Amber. What if the 10th Harbinger was actually just Amber? It'd be interesting. Oh, and we're using our own travel right now. So no artifacts and calamity. That's funny. Hey, that goes against gliding regulations. I guess someone else forgot this. Yeah, go Fatui Bunny. That was funnier than it should have been. Thank you. Go Baron Bunny. Pretty tough, aren't you? Let's see how you handle this. I guess if we're not holding forward perpetually, we're going to miss the rings. Okay. And we're hitting the mud. Paimon thought the Adventurers Guild were the only ones role-playing as Fatui. Started letting him ahead. Official didn't have time making a cool hat, though. It's more of a mask than a hat. The other deal is that, for whatever reason, Official's trailer theme, Amber's over there, let's get ready to land, has the Fatui leitmotif in it, which, who knows to what extent that's meant to be meaningful, but regardless. And this is over where we had the Fatui base, one-time domain, that set of rocks over there. Yep, here they come, positions everyone. This really is nostalgic. Yeah, I played this years ago, the original quest on a MacBook Air that was running non-paid for Windows 10 via Boot Camp. So this is where the chase ends this time. Wait a minute, this isn't what they had it looked like. It's at least a few times bigger. Yes, I remember being much more run down. This place is far more structural appeal. And they were, after all, just using a repurposed domain. They had not made special one-time domains like they usually do these days for those.
騎士団もここを修
The
繕
Lawrence
したこと
clan
は
lived here for a time, but this doesn't look
ロ
like
ー
their
レンス家が
handiwork, and now for
一
sure
時
it's
期
not the
ここ
work
に
of the
滞在して
knights.
いたことはあるが彼らがやったわけでもなさそうだ
That is right, because Eula's story quest, though, I also did that years ago. Reused the domain from Prologue Act 2. They didn't mention that in the original, right? For tomorrow without tears. Okay. Chasing shadows. Yeah, they don't mention that at all. Retrieve the Holy Lyre Der Himmel. Right. Okay. So they don't mention it. They didn't mention it in the original quest. They mentioned Eula's story quest, right? Aphros Delos chapter. Come on, Wiki, don't fail me now. It's in the domain, right? And behind enemy lines. I guess they aren't mentioning it. They didn't mention it specifically. That it was the reused Fatui domain. It's just obvious if you were there. Okay, well that's fine. Whatever. Ah. Ooh. Must be a bit of creative license on the part of our dear mages then.
また魔女の気分ってわけだね
Alice said the original was too run down and didn't fit her aesthetic taste. So we repurposed some assets from the Golden Apple Archipelago. As you can imagine, Alice has already been a go big or go home kind of person. Right, because this was Mona's Temple of the Star Latitudes from Golden Apple 2. It angers me to no end that, especially since all those people quit after coronavirus stopped being a thing. I mean, because they didn't have time or interest in playing games anymore, but they complained about Inazuma's puzzles and Golden Apple's 2 puzzles being too hard, and then they quit the game anyway. And then the game got nuked ever since. Yeah, this is go big, alright. Still, our mission remains the same. We're here to get back the Holy Light. Man, this taught me of a whole bunch of people to help us not just do it. Should be a total piece of cake. Okay. Enter the hideout. Nothing back over this way. We got 5 billion people. Wolves. Skyward. And you got Rising Winds, Cloth, DB. Interesting. So Jean is for Shred. That's about it. And Vark is the fastest by far. It's kind of crazy how much bigger Varka is. Thank you for the follow, Minty Leaf. Just doing the Mondstadt event. It's not Windborn. Human never doubts what their eyes see or rejects the ground beneath their feet. Time for illusion. Both now warn you that this is the end of the road. Give up and turn back while you can. That voice, is that Mona? Mona, you mean Barbalot's student? It does make sense, you wouldn't be too familiar with Mona. You know about her, but Mona came to Mondstadt after Expedition left. Oh, I forgot about that, because it's Mona's story quest that has her actually arrive in Mondstadt, that's right. Well, I had regular contact with Hex and Circles, so her name came up now and then. The whole thing about her messing up and being too afraid to go back, yeah, I know that too. She's from Dorman, so shouldn't Barbaloth be in Dorman? What? But? None this thing. Does the wiki say that Barbaloth's in Dorman? Well, I guess it hasn't been confirmed. It's just presumably Barbaroth is in Dornman, given that Mona is from Dornman. Who knows? Regardless. How no one in the Hexen Circle should know about that? I think Barbaroth could kind of figure that out.
Huh?
For real, I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure all the mages know. They forgot a comma. I'm going to kill the localizing team. Well... It was easy to miss, but, well, to be fair, one, characters get their vision casing based on where they get it, which is why Toma has an Inazuma casing instead of Mondstadt, and why Wander is a Sumeru casing. The other thing is that it was easy to miss, and it was really, really funny, because people assumed she was in... Oh... She was from Fontaine, just because... It seemed like she wasn't from Mondstadt, but she's just from Dornman Port. She says that specifically in... Let me find... It was in Fontaine Act 5, but it was pretty easy to miss. Check this here. Traveled with... Well, okay. Yeah, she was born in Mondstadt. Her parents went to Dornman. She went back to Mondstadt City, and the fact that they say that separately... Maybe she's from Springvale or something, or... Maybe she's from the funny skin tag in between Liyue and Stormterror's Lair. Next patch we're getting Dornman, actually. Maybe we might meet Mona's parents, but she is specifically from Mondstadt. She explicitly... Honest to goodness, back a couple years ago, I kind of saw... I got the impression that they added her in Fontaine, in part just to disconfirm people's speculation that she was from Fontaine. Because she showed up for 5 minutes, basically. Also to reveal that Barbaroth's full name was Barbaroth Trismegistus, which is probably a reference to Hermes Trismegistus. A pretty important figure in alchemical lore, but... People got confused because 1, Hydro, 2, she went to Mondstadt City, and 3, the fact that she writes for the Steambird. Her connection to Fontaine is she showed up in 1 Archon quest, and she writes for their newspaper. So people thought she was from Fontaine, or maybe Snezhnaya, but no, she's just from Switzerland or whatever. All of them, I'm afraid so, except Ryan Dottier, I suppose. She doesn't go to the meetings or pay attention. Ah. Loser! Sorry. Fine, that's just fun. It's not like the old hag's gonna come find me in Mondstadt and I settled the score right. She did already have you summon Rift Hounds and almost get killed. It's kind of a shame that there isn't any meaningful... They should have put a ski resort on Dragonspine. It's literally the Matterhorn. Anyway, how do we cross? Yeah, but it's very, very funny, because Mondstadt is very specifically based on Switzerland. It's just that all the language in it is German, because there is no Swiss language. Because Mondstadt City is specifically based on Bern in Switzerland, which is, because Switzerland is basically 1/3 Italy, 1/3 Austria, 1/3 Germany. Exactly. How do we cross? I'm not telling. She's angry at us. Oh, come on, don't take it out on us, exactly. I'm not, this is unrelated, really, well. Besides, I'm playing a Fatus whose job it is to issue riddles. You can't just ask me for the answer. What if we throw rocks at you from across the chasm until you just tell us? Alright, almost forgot about that. I need to actually try using Mona more often. The only real use for Mona at this point is Skirk nuking builds, which I don't really go for because I don't have C2 Furina. Or the big thing right now is on-field driver for off-field Vape Durin, which I have not played around as much as I should have with Vaporized Durin. If you want the answer, think back to what I said at the beginning. Don't trust your eyes or your feet. But again, this is the Golden Apple II Temple of the Star Latitudes. Oh, yep, and it's got the floating constellation up high. Nice. Like in the Temple of the Star Latitudes. Mona's riddle was as follows: a human never doubts what their eyes see or rejects the ground beneath their feet. It depends on how much you do endgame. As someone who spends a little bit of money on this game and does endgame, the massive numbers creep with Notlon was very plainly, and we're level 9, was very plainly intended to counteract the fact that Dendro reactions leveled the playing field between free-to-play and non-free-to-play, pay-to-play, more than they wanted to. Because the most recent relevant Dendro characters we've gotten have been Lauma, Kinich, Emily, Nefer, all of whom aren't dealing damage by their actions themselves. It's numbers in their kit, which can therefore be increased with weapons and crit rate. However, things that are taken to be indisputable are often false, so one must shift one's gaze elsewhere, perhaps upwards. Yep, as if I wasn't aware. Okay. That said, probably it's like this. Yep, exactly. Check the stars and... Oh, interesting. It's showing the star we're on. Okay. Let's light them all up, just for fun. The new one? I wasn't even really paying attention. Were they showing the new one? From the quest, or do you just mean normal crop top ether? The one that they insulted on Turkish state television. Okay, it is a very nice one. The Lumine one's really good too. It's a shame they don't let you switch. They'll probably let you roll for the other sibling eventually, but we'll see. It's somewhat similar puzzles back in, again, Golden Apple II, which is where this domain is from. And we went across without falling over at all. Nice, we made it. The real question is whether the sibling is going to be maybe the protagonist of Part 2, which could be cool, or maybe if they'll give us a toggle at the end of... The main thing is that it's been stated that Snezhnai is going to be the end of Genshin Part 1. That would have been interesting. I think if they had come out more recently, they might have done that. Especially because next patch is adding Asmodee's Temple. And, sorry if that was a bit of a spoiler, but it looks really, really wild. And people are saying that a big reason they're able to do that is because this is the very last patch that supports PS4. So from next patch onward, it's just going to be iOS, Android, which are frankly a bit easier to work around than PS4 at this point, and then, doesn't burn us, PS5 and Xbox and PC, of course. Meaning that, oh, well, that was silly. Oh, we fell. Oh. Okay. At least we're still on this side. Oh, wait, they sent us over all the way back. You're kidding. You're kidding. To be fair, if you wanted to be silly, you could glide across a not insignificant portion of this. The real thing that bothered me was that, aside from Milani, I guess, but it's not a Saurian, and technically Kinich, even though Ahau is not even a real dragon, Ahau is just a Dragon Lord AI projection. None of the... All of the Not-One characters simulated the abilities of Saurians, but none of them actually rode a Saurian. It honestly would have been a lot cooler, at least in my opinion, if at least the 5 stars had been able to ride a Saurian. I mean, they should have just given I should have let Mavica just ride Xiuqualatl. I don't hate the bike, but it definitely strikes me as a concession to running it on mobile and I guess maybe PS4, given that PS4 is stopping and they're still adding the really crazy new area next patch. Sub-instance in Dorman, but Meeker. It's just... Milani at the very least should have had a Kaholasaur instead of a surfboard. I don't think it would have been all that hard. Looks like Mika's guarding the spot. Oh hey, it's been a while. It runs on PS5, but that's the point, is that they're discontinuing PS4 support entirely next patch. A few patches back, they stop people from downloading it new. Next patch, they're no longer updating it for PS5, period. And that coincides with the adding of Dorman Port and an instanced area, the Temple of Space. Kind of like the Sacred Mountain in Notlan. Instance area, separate map. Which has a lot of really kind of mind-screwy... It's pretty intensive. Graphically. Which gives the impression that they did that and were able to do that due to discontinuing PS4 support. Oh hey, it's been a while. Hello, Grandmaster. Hello, everyone. That's no, wait, Milana. How did you get in here? I do wonder... In retrospect, Dahlia being kind of weak and pointless gives the impression that he was built around getting some sort of faction buff eventually. But the question is whether they're just going to do more Hexeride characters, or maybe make another faction, because Mondstadt has enough characters that they can make a separate sort of Church and Knights faction compared to Hexeride. And the big thing is that, this is what I've been saying, is that if they did that, certain 5-stars like Varka and Venti could differentiate themselves from others by being part of both factions. Whereas, say, standards like, say, Jean or Mona are just one or the other, but you know, Varka, Venti, probably Albedo would be both, and therefore there's your limited. They feel limited that way. And then I guess Koi too, but... Especially because it wouldn't make all that much sense to make all the Knights and all the Church people Hexerai, because most of them have tenuous at best connections to the witches, if any. I would think you have bigger concerns right now. Tell us where to find the liar. Select in the back room, but good luck getting in there. 3 crests are needed to enter. Each one is guarded by a Fatus. Wait, but in real life we only needed 1 key. Yes, but there are 3 locations to visit. If there was only 1 key to be found, there's a good chance the encounter set up at the other 2 locations would go to waste. Our actors work so hard to memorize their lines, it would be a shame if their part got skipped over. Fair point, they're playing through the story just like us after all. To be honest, when I first read my lines, I was kind of confused at how I just give up the intel without a fight. But when I actually had to stand off against all of you, it made sense. Too timid. Sad, really. I still have not really leveled him past 70 for using him in theater. I actually used him in Yua, who was also still at 70. I mean, do it correctly, had me in a cold sweat. Really, I only had 1 line. But timid. I used Yua and Mika with Firina and Raiden in that theater against the Swanee at the end, which was nice because it was a team that was able to trigger all 3 relevant reactions. That's why theater lineups with both Electro and Hydra will be the best, because you can pretty reliably trigger all the relevant reactions on a team instead of having to choose one. Ah, yet in a game of cards, it's the ones that remain unturned that strike the greatest fear in your opponent. The same principle applies here. That's right, I've been told you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Mr. Duke. They should have at least used his costume. He'd look a bit better that way. Anyway, you can head in now, everyone should be ready. One moment, we can't quite end it like this. Wait, we have 1 more line, Mika. And that's gonna be... Good luck, have fun! Decide, do I have to say it? It would benefit the scene. His line is, I'm actually Kagamine Len. Alright, I told you everything I know, now leave me alone. Aww. Slightly pitiful. And off he
中に
goes.
逃げ込んじゃったな。
And now he can take a well-deserved break. Oh, and these are Enkanamiya style or Conria style tablets.
しっかりついてこいよ。
They're used in both, after all. Explore the area and find the crest. 0 out of 3. Interesting. So there are 3 total potential fights in here. Oh, hi. Without the crest, I can't activate this device either. Like I said, I told you everything I know. Just leave me alone. Aww. I... Not only, but mostly... Why do you ask? I'm more employed than I would like to be, so to speak, so it gives me less time to do other things than I'd like. But I hope we will have more time soon with summer, but we'll see. Man, I thought I lucked out with just a few lines, but it still wasn't easy to pull off. Anyway, if you want to get into that room, you'll need to track down the 3 Fatui for quests. Play a bit of Pokemon on the side. Pokopia came out recently, and it does look quite fun. I... Potentially, but it's... My schedule is very, very tight. Because I have a job, for better or worse. So... The Fatui sub-head is courageous and loyal. Be prepared for a head-on clash. Honestly, I gotta complete the exploration in the new region before the end of the patch so I don't miss out on stuff. I got stuff. Once I'm caught up, maybe I can play other stuff just as a one-off, but we'll see. Courageous Fatus. Where are the others around? The Fatus up ahead is a pragmatist. Might have a chance to avoid conflict if you obtain the other quest first. Oh, fair. Overseas. That's interesting. So Durin is over here. The road ahead is almost completely blocked. Looks like this person isn't taking visitors. Let's blow these up. Guess we'll just have to be careful. We need that crest. I guess I'm just interested in terms of what you imagine you'd want to play with other people. Okay. It's been years, but I don't remember Star Latitudes or the original domain having any kind of tunnel of this sort. Star Latitudes had a sort of bullet hell sequence, which was very fun. Fair. If we had obtained the others, you wouldn't have fought us. Coming here first, I'd reconsider if I were you. But I want the fight. You've been warned, continue at your own risk. Turns into an Uprishniki Fireblade Shock Trooper. Played by Durin. Oh well. That's right. Thank you. That's right. Let's shred. Oh, that's... Oh my goodness. That easy. Gotta say, Pama didn't expect you to play this kind of role, Durin. Oh, okay. Fair. Just kind of trying to think of the kind of thing that'd be a good one-off. It's just... What's the new Frenslop? Peak is too old. No one cares about that game anymore. Only Up is even older. I was trying to think. Yeah, I played Lethal Company a time or two some years ago. Again, that was back when I was still unemployed and had more time to just do stuff. But Palm didn't expect to play this kind of role during. Well, actually, Aunt Alice was planning for me to pay Duvall if the dragon himself didn't agree to take part. That was the backup plan. Apparently, there's a spell like the one used to make Simulanka that could change me back into an evil dragon. Interesting. That does not sound like a good idea. Well, I guess that won't happen. I have to agree that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. I don't think I'd be very good at playing the evil dragon anyway. I'm not intimidating enough. You are an entirely different individual after all. Lucky Devon agreed to take part after all, so my role was switched to timid Fatui guard B, and I got to wear a costume instead. Cute.
それに合わせた衣装に着替えたんだ。
I've enjoyed my chances at using Durin on field. I've run him on field a few times with Chevy, Bennett, and Fischl, including in theater once. That's a pretty huge change. Why B though? Because Mika's guard A. Thing 1 and Thing 2. As expected, Alice has got it all planned out. Okay, so we got one of the crests. That's the issue, though. That's not the kind of game I could play just once and give up on. Anything... That's the issue with me. I can't quit games. That's why I cannot allow myself to pick up any more live service games. Like, every other day, people used to say, play Woo-Wah. And there are various reasons I won't play it. For one, you know, the target audience does not have a lot of overlap with... But... Access Insignia, one is a set of important insignias, kept in separation by members of the Fatui. Only by gathering all 3 can the device leading to the inner chamber be activated. So why there must be 3, the mage merely explained that it was to create a sense of participation. I picked up this game as a bet with a friend, and they don't play it anymore, but I still do. 1, because I actually enjoyed it, and they didn't as much. And 2, because I just can't quit stuff. I started playing in 1.5, near the tail end of the patch. I'm just glad I didn't have to play the evil dragon in the end. Yeah, they just left me in hell. It was unpleasant. And, let me see here... So if we had not... If we had gone to Durin last, would have said, well, they handed over the crest. Looks like the decision is made for me then. Further resistance would be foolish. Yeah. My IRLs. And to be fair, employment has kind of deprived me of any opportunities really talk to them anymore anyway. They all left a long, long time ago, leaving me here by myself, stranded and tortured. Can we... If we approach them from behind, is it any different? That looks like we were followed. Guess Mondstadt's elite aren't to be underestimated, huh? Yaruna. Stand aside, this one's personal. But this time I'm fully locked and loaded. Come on, kid, let's finish what we started. Are you unable to... Okay. I mean, are there other games taking up space? Oh, because he showed up in the basement. Fatui Skirmisher, Anima Boxer Vanguard, played by Cyrus. Okay. We will, when that there ends. Yeah, that will take you out too. Does it? The first set of hits does it anyway. Okay, you win size. Somehow this run wasn't quite as fun. Oh, because you had to act like a Fatus at this one. I can take down those with my eyes closed. Haha. Keep forgetting commas. Oh, reverse no. Interesting. There's a guy on... Yeah, join my fan cord. There's a guy on the fan cord who plays Reverse 1999. A lot of people play HSR. I just, like I said, I just don't have the time, and I cannot afford to pick up another live service because I can never quit. Oh, true, guess I didn't stand a chance, huh? Also, you play Umamasume. Did you hear that? You know, how they mispronounced it in the Game Awards? No, serious one, Fatus costume, does that mean the auto-load bug is fixed now, Nicole? It would seem so. Man, their armor is heavy and not breathable at all. You're telling me the Fatui and Samira and that one also wear this stuff? Can't even imagine. And then Kabatano had an even heavier coat. But he was also kind of a corpse, so I'm not sure he really was all that bothered. Rumor has it Fatui recruits undergo rigorous training. Feel like there's some truth to that after all. Delusions might also be involved somehow. The Harbingers seem like the disciplined ones to me. Well, even though we lost, Dad had fun for sure. Here's the quest I was guarding. You've earned it. I did not know Cyrus was one of the Avengers Bennett considered as one of his dads. Interesting. When Bennett told me about what happened in Notland, he helped him navigate his past. Hard to believe we finally have answers after all these years. Who's your favorite Umamasume? It is crazy that the show came out that far before the game. I'd like to watch the show eventually, even though I have no time for the game. And honestly, it's just... yeah. The big thing is, do you know enough, intro Japanese to understand some of the visual puns? Because the big thing is that the kanji for horse in the Umamusume universe has only 2 legs instead of 4. And they've, aside from a couple misses, they've been very consistent with that. So on behalf of all the adventure... Okay, I know Gold Ship, of course. Yeah, Zebai. Or Fevre. Oh, that's a cool design. It's interesting. Yeah, what is it with Gacha and characters gals who identify specifically as kings rather than queens, regardless? That's cool. Mouth tracking is weird. I need to shave. Regardless. On behalf of all the adventures in Mondstadt, I truly can't thank you enough. Well, that's what friends are for, right? But the big thing that I remember people pointing out is that, the base model for pretty much all of them in the game is the same, even though in the show they have pretty variable body types. Because in particular that Gold Ship has a much more athletic and I guess tomboyish, I suppose, build. I guess saying androgynous feels a little mean, I guess. I don't know, though. But she's definitely a bit more athletic in the show as compared to the game, where every character's got more or less the same base model. Speaking of how things been since you got back, Bennett, same old, huh? Bad luck included, but that part's nothing new, so I don't mind. I do miss the Asha, though. Hope I get the chance to at Mondstadt someday. They are all literally the souls of the dead, Bennett. Regardless. Talk about bad luck. The minute you put on that Fatuit costume, the gun stopped working. God, how weird is that? They had a gun? They were gonna shoot us. Yeah, thanks for stopping in, Dad. Guess I'll be handed in to Miss Nicole for repairs later. They're gonna give Bennett a gun? It's like the whole giving Carly Rae Jepsen a sword. They're gonna give Bennett a gun. I don't know. The big thing is just... You do gotta wonder, honestly, whether we're gonna end up getting some kind of past arc. Because like I said, to the extent insiders still meaningfully exist, they've said that Snezhnaya is gonna be the end of the Fatusa up ahead, values both above all else. No bargaining chip is off the table. Oh, Snezhnaya is going to be the end of part 1, and in the original Travail Trio, after that's Conria, but apparently Conria is going to be part 2 or something. Whether that might be a flashback arc, and whether we might get older previous Archons, or at least previous versions of. It is interesting that it's been over 5 years and we still have not gotten a single alt character, as opposed to every single other Hoyo game. Look, I prepared a negotiation multi-tool for this situation. Don't forget to take it with you. Multi-purpose negotiation tool. A heavy pouch filled with tokens capable of swaying those who value wealth above all else. To some, this appears to be what passes for sincerity. 10 more years at least. Well, they've said they intend to keep it going for as long as possible. No live service game ends if it still makes money. The 2 sub-head values wealth above all else, no bargain chip is off the table. Unless there are external factors, but usually that means not ending even if it isn't making money, because, pretty famously, Girls Frontline and Micah Team, their head is the Nepo baby of some Chinese businessmen, and it's run almost at a loss because it's his hobby. fair. FGO in Japan recently had the end of Part 2, but that did not end the game. Among other things, they've started bringing in characters like... I do play a bit of FGO, unfortunately. English, not Japanese, but... The arcade FGO game that was only in Japan... What do you mean more history? Is in this game, or... I mean, there's always more history for them to turn into anime girls in Fate. The big thing, and kind of against that, I suppose, is that in arcade, they introduced Jacques de Molay, the head of the Knights, one of the heads of the Knight Templars, a dude as a saber, and then they put him in as a chick, a foreigner, channeling, you know, the Black Goat with 1,000 Young, whose name is unfortunate, I guess, in the mobile game. And then they ended up bringing the guy version into mobile recently because arcade is over. Oh, for whom in particular? Wait, Mona again. Well, the more roles you play, the more you get paid. That's what Alice said. I was hoping to do even more than this, but it is what it is anyway. Okay. Mona. The crest is with me. All I need to know is how much you're willing to cough up to get it. We don't get to keep the money. So we could give her all of it to get the crest for free, but that would deprive us of a fight. Let's talk business, shall we? Wait, what do you mean you'd get banned? If you're talking about who you think... Oh, okay, that word's blocked for reasons, but it's... If you're talking about certain controversial Germans, Fate-type Redline, which is sort of the serious version of Gouda Gouda, is... The main villain behind the scenes is... Oh, okay. Is a certain historical figure from German history. Though they don't describe him by name, but his servant is Maxwell's demon, who is the personification of the Maxwell's demon thought experiment, as in, you know, determinism, being able to predict every position of every particle in the future from the original positions. And therefore, that was Maxwell's demon, right? It was... Yeah, Laplace's demon was the one about... No. Laplace is the one calculating everything. Maxwell's demon... is the one about using sorting fast and slow gas molecules between two chambers in a little mechanism. Reducing entropy without doing work. Right, but in Gouda Gouda, which is based off of Koha Ace, an unnamed master. Unnamed master. Oh, they actually changed him, because in the original, right, he was... Because they realized it was maybe a little too... Yeah, you can see, they realized it was maybe a little too insensitive. But yeah. But it is kind of funny to me in the sense of... You know, because I grew up reading... Well, it's... The way that Japan usually handles World War II history is generally more to shunt the blame for war atrocities onto the Nazis rather than trying to justify them. I mean, what they cover up is generally their own... Not really anymore. I just don't have the time for it. Why? I mean, I keep track of things, but I don't watch much anymore. I was always more of a manga reader than a show watcher, because it's faster. Let's talk business, shall we? Let's lowball her. Yeah, that's all. You have to at least make it worth my while. And that's all, you have to at least make it worth my while. The Fatui do not seem very pleased with what is happening so far. Negotiate with caution. Oh, not a chance. That's your offer. Might as well call it here. To be fair, I think there's a difference between being weird and okay, that's about a human Z. I think that's a bit different than being political. Well, the big thing is that you don't get any kind of... You don't get to keep the money. I just like fighting. Mirror Maiden, played by Moner. Okay. Hello. And... Oh! Now you're gone. Okay. Like, political in a racist way? Or what? Do you use Furina with Huta? Right. Well, Sora can also escape there. I think you... If you say anything actually bad, it's just not gonna send a message. I mean, apparently it has... It's a debate about veganism, and it's about a half-human, half-chimpanzee from an experiment. I think... There are things that Twitch will get angry at you for. They are not... They're probably not what you think. Well, the only thing that gets meaningfully censored in the West is certain viewpoints regarding the current war in the Middle East. Alright, here's the crest, and with that, I'm off the clock. Oh, and by the way, word has you accomplished something major and not cry. Reeled in the true moon from beyond the false firmament. Know about that. Does that mean a strong hydromancy is going to get more effective? Well, I spend most of my time staring into a sky glass after all. If something changes in the sky, you think I wouldn't notice. Hydromancy uses the false stars to write true fate within the water. I mean, you can say shooting. I mean, it's like... That's not sufficiently controversial to get bans. It's like... If you're thinking that I would, I mean, it's... The only thing I would actually ban someone for is, like, spouting a bunch of slurs. And Twitch is going to ban you for that themselves first. Hydromancy uses the false stars to revive true fate within the water. Now, I can't help but wonder what I would see if I cast a reflection of the true moon instead. Of course, I need a whole new set of equipment to look into that, and shelling out a whole lot of Morris. I've been taking up a lot of odd jobs. No wonder Alice gave you quite a few parts in this. Generous compensation, minimal manual labor. It's been a good gig. Plus, the Hexen Circle never promises... Huh? Oh, slur? I mean, you were accidentally more offensive than you intended. I mean, I don't... I don't know. But never promises an amount they can't deliver, even though her daughter is in some part responsible for my predicament. There's a bomb in that box. That was a long time ago. I know Kui didn't mean it. No worries. Well, I guess the moon's a big deal in Hydromancy. You're just spitballing here, but it kind of sounds like your progress would be much faster if you, I don't know, to contact with Barbalok directly. Oh, come on, enough about that old hag. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Oh no, Baba. Alright, we got all the crests. Let's head back and look for Mika. Oh, come on, enough about that old hack. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I mean, I don't think no one is seriously offended by people saying clanker. It's just unfunny. If I banned you, it wouldn't be for being offensive. It would be for being unfunny. And really, I'm not really a particularly sensitive person. As in Suda Kenjiro? Every time I hear Danslew, I do hear Sigurd. I will say that. And I guess you could say the same for Geisha and Gintama for Varka, but... Mika, we have the crests. Alright, this elevator is a bit complicated to operate, so Miss Nicole asked me to help activate it. Just one moment. I do appreciate how invested they are in good VA choices, especially for the Japanese. I mean, it's... Cage... I'm not familiar with that. Okay, interesting. I need to get laid off soon so I can catch up on stuff. Old-headed unk. I am going to... Oh, goodness. When I first got employed about 1.5 years ago, I started reading Record of Ragnarok / Shumatsu no Valkyrie. And then I got through a few chapters, and then I became too employed, and I have not read more of it since, unfortunately. Right, this elevator is a bit complicated to operate, so Miss Nicole asked me to help activate it. Just one moment. Exactly. Indomitable human spirit slab. I mean, what I really need to do when I'm no longer employed is actually just... I've been putting it off in part for Japanese study, but that's going to take many more years. Actually reading the Fate VN, because it's on Steam now. Okay. Thanks, no problem. Best of luck up there. Thank you. I don't remember Futui being this nice. Where's the fun in that? Well, they've been nicer recently. In the prologue, they weren't, though. Of course, you want to make things difficult. Come on, let's get out of here. I'll think about it. I will say that VNs are not the most interesting thing to play. I guess the one thing is being able to explain stuff via my wiki knowledge, but I don't know. Best of luck up there. Let me actually... What would Mona have said if we had not... Okay, that's all. Good enough for me, gotta know when to fold, right? So there's nothing different based on whether you've capped it, really. Oh, the original Tsukihime, the original 2000 version that got destroyed by DHL. That was crazy. And it was very obvious that it was done with malice. Security's tight around here. Hope this is safe. Interesting, and oh, it's the statues. From the Immernachtreich Castle from Golden Apple 2. They're just reminding us and rubbing it in our faces that we're never gonna get anything as good as Golden Apple 2 ever again. Because it was destroyed by... Well, people were saying it might have been by DHL, because DHL, I believe it was shipped through DHL, and they do technically have a policy against shipping anything that's technically adult materials, but regardless. Holy Wire, there it is. We have a pawn. Remember something about it between Electro Season Mage. Fish. Huh, hot-blooded careless and reckless heroes despair for you have stepped into my trap. The really funny thing about Tsukihime is that Ciel was, you may have heard this before, was named after the French arc en ciel, which is their word for rainbow. And as a result, in the remake, that's why her route is called Rainbow in the Dark, I believe. Something like that. But they mistakenly thought that, originally because they didn't have good translation resources, I guess, that ciel was, the part that meant, the bow of the rainbow, when it's, arc, an arch. So there was a chance that the two main gals would have been Arcuate and Arc, which would have been silly. I mean, it's a luck of the draw type thing. It depends on whether you get someone who has a vendetta or someone who's willing to look the other way. Because that's the thing whenever you're running afoul of any kind of policy. You may run into someone who actually cares about enforcement or someone who doesn't, and it's largely due to luck or partiality. Hot-blooded, careless, and reckless heroes despair for you've stepped into my trap. Oh, right! I saw that tweet, too, because it's meant to be... Because they used a translation dictionary that was weird, because it was supposed to be, the uprising of the weak. Chicken is in coward weak. And it was bump as in, like in a wrestling move. The counterattack of the weak. The only context in which I know them is that they made a song for Pokemon some years ago. Hot-blooded careless, despair for you stepped into my trap. Wait, what? All it did was lock the wire up. Oops. You're surprised by your own trap. Wish she wasn't in there. Yeah, regardless, what I saw was just, like you said, translation issue. The dictionary part might have been speculation. Probably. Well, I wasn't the one who designed it. All Alice said was that activating would turn the tables. How to turn tables? Oh, I see. That checks out. Naruhodo. And they laugh as if they already know what is to transpire. I do not have a good feeling about this. Which is just to say, we have to beat her up. Oops. Yeah, she wouldn't have really known, because it's not like she was in the original quest. Allow me to clarify before we proceed, how was it that the wire was retrieved back then? From what I've heard, the Vitui agent guarding this place was given a thorough beating and then the lock opened. I think anyone in Canada is going to end up a little vindictive and cruel. Because they do have to live in Canada. Regardless. So... So then I'm the one who walked into the trap. This is sad. Do not despair, Ojo-sama. Miss Alice provided us with backup, did she not? We are not entirely outmatched. Did she though? 'Tis true, although the princess stands on the cusp of defeat, courage has not yet failed her. Let this be our last stand. Rest and formation. You're gonna do a formation all by yourself. Not Canada hate, Canada pity. The situation may get better. Defeat the Electrocease invaders. Come forth, my loyal servants. Smite all who stand against us. Interesting. And we can't hit her in here, of course. Oh! Statues are going across. Look, the ravens get confused if they don't hit anyone. Now's our chance. Chance of that. Group 2, reinforce. Suzuki Nasai. And we can... Let's just hit them all. Oh, we missed one. That's fine. Knock them all down. Let me see here, and... see... This is kind of reminiscent of a boss from Link's Awakening. Well, mini-boss, the Grim Creeper. They're not forcing us to actually hit all of them, but... It's fun that they got health bars, I guess. Group 3, Group 4, oh, forget it, all of you attack at once. Time for fun. Where are you going? Okay. And alright. Oh, well, they do disappear eventually. I guess we can just dodge. I guess that's fine. If we just shotgun them, we can defeat more, but they kind of took away our ability. Oh well, it seems I must send forth my most capable servant of all which to dispose of you in one fell swoop. After a season plays by Oz, he's actually a model for Oz, as you wish. They gave him an actual health bar. That's insane. And he's actually kind of intimidating. We are getting attacked. We are under attack. Kind of hard to hit. And he is actually shooting the bullets. They made a special enemy mechanic just for him here. That's insane. Situation is done on my phone. Seems this is the end of the world. Holy effort post. Okay. I like this. And let me see this here. I mean, it's a Toho survival card, right? We just wait for him to come back. Cool. Barca. There we go. Easier to miss than I might like, though. Alright, alright, alright. Give up, just don't hit me. And that is over. Poor official. Alright, I know when I'm beat you win. Oh, that's fun. Well, to be fair, it's probably targeted demographically, right? Regardless, there was a speech, I believe it was Carney, who gave it, basically saying, okay, we admit that the rules-based international order was set up by the West to favor the West unfairly. You know, we give up, you know, please bring us into the new Chinese-based world order. Which, you know, is, to an extent, an admission of defeat. But given that the American century of humiliation has very much began, the fact that they're at least willing to get off a losing, off the losing team and jump off a sinking ship. I mean, obviously it takes more time than you might like to turn things around, but it's, you know, definitionally, and this is not meant to be a moral statement of who's good and who's bad, but it's just, you know, a rising power, you know, inherently has to give better terms to its would-be cooperators than one who is the current hegemon, merely trying to maintain their power. Also because, you know, currently, for better or worse, the current shot-calling factions in American politics are either too stupid for imperial politics, or openly do not want to do imperial politics, because, I mean, it's more or less what happened with, when France decolonized, it was not through any sort of high-mindedness. It was partially because, you know, say Algeria became too expensive to maintain. Yeah. Maybe it's gotten better, or maybe people have just stopped complaining about it because it's become a fact of life. But there were, as I'm sure you heard some months ago, some pretty high-profile cases of, Homeland Security at airports being bizarrely motivated and overzealous. Because it's, people have spoken about expansions of DHS and related services as being basically a jobs program for the unemployable, you know, for the lumpen proletariat, so to speak. It's, you know, very much a sort of cut down the tall trees kind of operation, where, you know, people who are and were basically just meth addicts are seeing it as an opportunity to take it out on people better educated than them. Oh, it's Bala. How are you doing? Yeah. You were brilliant. You were brilliant, Miss Fischl. The recording was fantastic. I'm certain future participants will have a great time beating up Oz and Fischl. Yeah, this role was perfect for you. But when de Gaulle let the colonies free in the 20th century, it was not due to high-mindedness, it was because... And he was honestly a pretty vile guy. Because it... It's more interesting this way. I don't mind. But basically, they said that, you know, if they were to maintain their colonies, eventually it'd become a Rome kind of situation, where the colonies actually got integrated into the orbit to the point where, you know, because, you know, after, you know, no matter where you were from in Rome, you could eventually gain citizenship through service and it'd get passed down through the family line. You know, everywhere in the Roman Empire, to an extent, became Roman. There was extension of the franchise, for better or worse. And de Gaulle did not want that, and that is why he let the colonies go. And, I mean, regardless of my personal thoughts regarding the Algerian colonial revolt, also Battle of Algiers is a great movie, and you should watch it. It's one of the few really foreign movies in the top 10 on top 100 on Letterboxd for a reason. But I had to watch it for class back in college. But there were, I forget their name. Oh goodness. Well, it's the unused college education. That's what it is. Algerian colonial mercenaries. That was the Harkeys. Right. Let me see. What was this quote on the Harkeys? Yeah, because the Harkeys were Algerian soldiers who fought on the side of the French against the FLN. And very infamously, de Gaulle did not give the Harkeys the ability to flee to France when the FLN ended up winning. There was a pretty infamous quote. Betrayed their own. Basically, I can't find it now, but de Gaulle said that Harkeys, Eiffel 65, the Harkeys had betrayed their own blood in their own country, and they had no interest in bringing them to France, even though they had fought for France. So it's, you know, a very perfidious way of treating them, you know, regardless of what you think about their decision. It's, you know, I saw someone, about the time limit events. To be fair, it's based on time of year. You can do them in 27. The Skip Boom event, you could do that in 2027 too. Well, it's complicated because Bulbasaur uses the Japanese personal pronoun of uchi, which in Animal Crossing, characters use that are described as sisterly. I mean, it's more like cool older sister type than gal, I guess. I mean, honestly, the gal pronoun is more atashi or ateshi. Bulbasaur means uchi. It means you're a Bulbasaur. Your praise is competent, you're in good sense, yet know that this is but the waste of your princess's abundant talents. Well, yeah, you talk to him. Well, it doesn't look like the lock is open, though. We gotta beat her up more. Oh, okay. This isn't what we were told would happen. Doubt the mages want us to just break it open, it's not their style. Well, yes and no. The best comparison people have said is Dragon Quest Builders, because Omega Force, who made Dragon Quest Builders, literally made Pokopia. Perhaps we haven't met a certain condition then, before all we had to do is beat up a Fatui agent, official is admitted defeat. Wait, does that mean the beating up part has to happen for us to proceed? You dare place your princess in such a scene? It's in front of the highest order. Well, specifically, they all went to space because of weather problems. Yeah. I'm afraid it may be the only way to end this, my lady, but not to worry, it's all pretend after all.
ご心配なさらずともお嬢様。ただのお芝居でございますから。
Yeah, Wind and Waves looks fun. It's got a Southeast Asia-based region. Well, the silly thing about Palworld is that they sued due to the catching mechanics instead of suing due to the designs. And the designs would have been very open shut because most of the Pals are literally a combination of two existing Pokemon. This is a dangerous line of inquiry. Be careful. Very well, shall allow this trespass, but only to bring this to an end.
私もこの不遜な行為を許すといたしましょう。優しくして
Just be gentle. You're up, Paimon. Alright, Paimon's the weakest one here. Here goes nothing.
確かにオイラが一番力が弱そうだもんな。
Yeah, exactly, you know. Humans cannot reproduce asexually, for better or worse. Imagine if it was like plant spores, and you would just, or no, like budding, and you would just grow little U's, like on your arm, and once they got big enough, they would fall off. Or binary fission, where you just split into two equal halves. That's... Sorry to hear that. It's open. Samus Alice does love to tease, doesn't she? Congratulations on obtaining the Holy Wire, dear Brunel. That's a wrap for now. Okay. Infertility gang? Impotence gang? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So performance within the magic bubble comes to an end. The actors return to the real world one after another. Orcas, the good hunter steps, set up a banquet in front of the cathedral, inviting all those involved to celebrate. Let me see something here, and... Okay. Exactly. Now, don't put it in the hands of fate. Make it your personal decision. Well, this is quite the gathering. Do you smell that? Was that the secret menu Varka was talking about? Looks like we get to try it out after all. To be fair, generally speaking, like, they will tell women with PCOS that they are infertile out of hand without really checking. But there's a difference between being infertile and being entirely sterile. So we get it tried out after all. Paimon's stomach has been rumbling this whole time. She's gonna dig in. Don't forget to grab some food before it's all gone okay. Will do. Oh, hello, did you need something? Nope, just noticed that you seem a lot more relaxed. Because you have Varka to help out and carry some of the weight, I guess. Hopefully. You know, we often threw banquets like this when I was little. But then, as more and more of our ranks left on expeditions and I was left in charge, the number of celebrations decreased. Not the most natural entertainer after all. You should take some vacation days to just see the doctor, considering that every other day you almost die because of health issues. We would not like you to die, for various reasons. Now, seeing a gathering like this after all this time, can't help but feel a bit regretful for not keeping up the tradition. Everyone leads in their own way, there's no right and wrong. So... Oh, back when I still had more time to make jokes at my friend's expense, I had a friend who, he liked fighting games, and I was mean to him because I'm mean. So as a joke, I made up a kit for a fighting game character that was based on him. Basically, well, I mean, because you show up. Basically, the idea was that he was a super soldier with a pet dog. And, you know, the royal guard for this dictator. And he was on one day he was meant to go to the evil doctor to get a super soldier serum, like it was Captain America or whatever. And then the dog was supposed to get neutered. But then they accidentally mixed it up, so they neutered him and gave the dog the super soldier serum. So it was a duo fighter where he would just be sort of just a guy, and then he would be able to summon his superpowered dog. Yeah, though, to be fair, there's an argument to be made. People have joked that Canada is combining the worst of both worlds right now in terms of health coverage, and that, you can't pay to skip the line, but they don't do it for free anyway. Or that at this point they're just, telling everyone to get assisted suicide. I mean, there's been a lot of discourse about that. Leads in their own way. There's no right or wrong. Well said, Trevor. Barbara relevance. Barbara. They are sisters. You told me you wanted the expedition members to feel at home. It would be nice to visit Canada eventually. I do know some Canadians. It's just... getting back into the States afterwards would be irksome. Told me you wanted the expedition members to feel at home, but in my eyes, the feeling of home isn't something you can force. Home is what happens when we're all together like this. Okay, do you want me to discourse on American healthcare and the American hospital system? Because I can and will. I can and I will. Fair. But what I mean is that, and it may have cooled down, I don't know. I think people may have just stopped complaining because it's become a fact of life, maybe. But they like check people's phones and social media. I don't have public social media anymore. Yeah. Oh, you're a white boy named Kyle who drinks Monster Energy. Home is what happens when you're all together like this. You're right, and you know what? I've been coming to the same conclusion. Americans, we're pretty crazy. And, well, if you're talking about healthcare, that too. But the big thing, you know what? I need to go empty the tank. I'll be right back. BRP. That was not what I meant to click. Buh. Also, feel free to join the fan Discord. There's a link down below. You don't have to, but it's fun. I'll be right back. BRP. I've returned. I've returned. Once people are back, I guess I can talk about the American healthcare system or something. Hello. Water. There's no well, let me see. You're a berserker because you get angry. To be fair, necromancy is, aside from one specific sort of supplementary subclass, Circle of Spores, which was from some supplementary material, necromancy is not a druid thing in D&D. Necromancy is a wizard thing, and it's also just not very good. There were some clerics, Death Cleric and Grave Cleric, that work there too. Well, the big thing is that Cleric is really, really good, but at least in 5e, which was the only D&D version I ever really played, and that was a decade ago, really. Well, more like 6 or 7 years ago, but still a while. Healing, at least in 5e, is not that good. Aside from Healing Word as a bonus action, you know, it's always better to just kill things before they kill you. Taking less damage is a healing, or other forms of damage mitigation, like buffs. You know, clerics are really good for their utility and dealing good, consistent damage. Fair. Selling some bread. But basically, a big reason the cost of healthcare is so high in America is that in particular emergency rooms and hospitals, once we're done with this cutscene, like, they don't have the ability to turn people away for ability to pay, which is good because not everyone, I mean, the job market isn't great, and considering how a lot of political maneuvering on an interpersonal basis is about trying to get someone to lose their job because you don't like their opinion, it's probably good that you don't have the ability to at least entirely deprive someone at least of the emergency room. But as I was saying, the issue is that it's an unfunded mandate, which is to say it's a legal requirement, kind of, but also not really. In particular, if a hospital wants to be able to take money from Medicare and Medicaid, which are this sort of free government healthcare for 65 or over, sometimes disability, but mostly 65 or older, as well as Medicaid, which is for certain degrees of poverty, they have to, you know, not be able to turn away people based on ability to pay at the ER, which is good in a vacuum. The issue is, again, it's totally unfunded. It's purely stick. There's no carrot. It's just you can't get any patients from Medicaid and Medicare, and hospitals can't pass up that kind of revenue, but they also aren't getting any specific revenue to support people for... Exactly, it's... Yeah, it's not like we don't get taxed here in America. It just gets used for weapons instead. But, as I was saying, I mean, genuinely, especially with the Medicare stuff, and there are increasing numbers of politicians running on abolishing property tax altogether, or at least abolishing it for people over a certain age, which is because it's basically the only tax retirees are paying because they don't have income really, and there aren't generally wealth taxes or pure assets taxes. Yeah, If you think being Asian is fun, try being Asian. You won't get arrested if you can hold one in your mouth and be like Zorro. They'll think it's so cool. that they
ど
want
う
to
いう場
rescue.
所で集まるかは
Location isn't the most important factor, no matter how far we get from Mondstadt. Home is
遠
wherever
征
we're
隊
together.
隊員と
Return of an
残
expedition
された
force
者
is a
たち
good
が
thing.
集
You
まった
deserve
時
to enjoy it too.
そこは家になる
Yeah, if it isn't too private, what flavor of Asian are you? I'm half Japanese, technically. But, oh, my mom's from Hawaii. She's very Americanized. She skipped her Japanese lessons as a kid and never learned the language. Oh, nice. That's cool. Have you ever been? Do you have any interest in going? Oh, cool. I'd like to learn Chinese eventually, probably. I've got a decent starting point with the kanji I've learned from, like, Japanese Duolingo. But, the location, okay, wherever we're together, return to the expedition force is a good thing. You deserve to enjoy it, too.
ありがとう
Oh, wow. Appreciate the kind words, you too. I will do just that.
君も珍
Make
し
sure
く
to do
モ
the
ンド
same
に
travel.
戻って
It's
きた
not
んだ
often you
し
get to make it back
せ
here.
っかくの
There's a lot
宴
of
会
people
だ
waiting to catch up.
みんなにも声をかけてきてやってくれ
I think people who just aren't used to Asians have a hard time distinguishing Asians from one kind of Asian from the other, as well as people who aren't Asian from Asians.
いささか慌ただし
Now
か
that we're
ったし
outside the bubble and no longer in
私た
character,
ちは
there should be
役を
plenty
演
of
じていた
time. And
自
when
由
my
に
mo-
話せなかった
I
よ
used to live in San Francisco, and when my mother would ride the bus, old Chinese women would mistake her for being Chinese. Because she's really, really tanned, which has been bad for her skin, unfortunately. Because she grew up in Hawaii and didn't wear sunscreen. And so people thought she was the Chinese women on the bus thought she was some kind of Chinese. And when they tried to speak Chinese to her, she couldn't and wouldn't respond. And then they got offended because they thought she was purposely ignoring them. But that wasn't the case. Oh, goodness. No longer in character. Should be plenty of time. I will. Hey, on our honorary night. Question. Look up. Pretty stellar view from up here, and the breeze is nice too. Care to join me? So I have all the place to sit, it just had to be there. Sacrilegious. To each their own, I
気
support.
にしていないようだし旅人
Just be careful on the way out
君も
travel.
登るつもりなら気をつけてくれ
Oh, this is our chance to fall off and die. Should we kill Klee? As the battle hung in the balance, I spoke an incantation from the Eternal Night Kingdom. Broke through the ranks with ease, and thus the holy light was mine, which is light work for one such as I.
群衆の中から軽々と脱出した
Oh, goodness.
全く造作もないことだ
It's too late, we're killing Klee. You brought this on us. Cyrus told me all about it, you were amazing. Oh, cute.
僕も
Having
実
seen
際
it
に
for
この
myself,
目で
I
見
must
たけ
admit you
ど
were quite something,
思
my
わず
lady.
見
Well, I
とれ
bet
ちゃっ
even
たよ
Barbados himself,
あの
would have been
速
hard
さ
pressed to catch up with you.
バルバトスだって追いつけないんじゃないかなあれは
That was hex and circle magic, not some incantation, but whatever. I guess I'll let her have her moment.
黙っておいてあげましょう
Okay. Cyrus and Jack. I guess we can't talk to them. Even though I didn't have a lot of plans, I still had fun. Kind of felt like being back in Simulacra.
戻ってきたみたいな気分ですごく楽しかった
I guess that makes you more ambiguously brown, maybe. Just European. Okay. Let me see, and a lot of people around here. Okay, 5 in total. Simulacra. Acting at a lighthearted trip alongside a bunch of friends. Nice to have a laid-back
波乱万
experience for
丈って
once.
感じじゃなかったけどすごく安心できる物語だった
They thought you had gay powers or something? What a change of pace from our experience and not quite, huh?
うん
Yeah, this was far less
難しい
complicated.
ことがなくて楽ちんだった
I can say that
僕
again.
も同意見です
See this here end. Paimon! Oh, she has separate dialogue.
心配
Don't worry, Paimon will save you a serving of every delicious dish. Okay. I mean, to be fair, it's a lot of people are just omnidirectional flirters.
ねえ、こっちの
Want to
テ
eat
ーブ
at
ル
a
の
table? A whole bunch of friends
す
are
っ
there.
ごく賑やかだよ。
Alright, let the relaxing begin. I don't think she's capable of relaxing.
ねえ、こっちの
I think they were just being mean to you in particular. Every time, I mean, you told me that they stuffed you into a trash can head down. Or was it head up? Noelle, I've been looking everywhere for you. Come on, join us. Okay. Well, then it wasn't being stupid, it was being evil. So. Okay. Well, the proper term is French kissing. You mean Frenching. Just give me 1 second, I need to bring a few crates of drinks over first, but I'll be done soon, I promise. Oh, in that case, I'll help you out. So, let's head on up here. And then once we're done here, we have to kill Kui. Ah. Maybe it was because you read AO3 fanfiction. Was AO3 around then? It was, right? Have a seat, I come bearing drinks, booze free, of course. You're welcome. This is quite the spot. Oh well, that's what being home is all about, right? Letting go, feeling at ease. Figure we both deserve that after all this time. Mondstadt does feel like home. Think so? I'm glad to hear it.
ほとんどのやつにとって家ってのはかけがえのないものだ。遠征でいろんな場所を回ったが、
It's no place like home, that's what people say about. The expedition took me far and wide, and still a little alcohol in my system, it would all come back. The cathedral, the statue, the windmills, and the city, the pigeons and dandelions in front of the
それから
gate.
門の前の鳩とタンポポだった。
The further away you get, the more you miss it. I'll not be biased, but it means a lot that you care about this place. It's where things began for me in Tibet. It's where I began my search for her. Okay, what if I don't want to die? Still, she is more important to me than any specific place. Get that? The people are what make Mondstadt what it is too. All the carefree kids running around livening up the place. I think if people start streaming under the with the intention of sex pest, and I mean that's true of a number of them, but that never ends well. That categorically cannot end well. Which reminds me, I never thanked you for helping Mondstadt out back then.
当時はお前もテイバットに来たばかりだったのに尽力してくれたこと感謝する。お前がいなかったら人々はアビスの汚染なんてどうしようもなかったはずだ。まして狙われたのが豆腐。
Takes a special person to do what you did. Most people were helpless in the face of abyssal corruption. Seeing their target was dull and things could have been bad. Didn't deserve that much credit. Don't even know I could do that until that moment. I think if I ever had anything going on in my life besides my job, I'd probably end up having to give this up. even if I was no longer employed, there's a certain level of impartiality that I think is important to maintain as anyone aspiring to being a public personality, or at least streaming is an inherently parasocial activity, I'd say. That's all I'll say. Don't deserve that much credit. Don't even know I could do that until that moment. Suppose Barbados could have handled it even though he hadn't been awake for a while. Still, I doubt the ending would have turned out quite so perfect. Deval and his family to him, you know, having to choose between the dragon's life and Mondstadt's safety, that would have been cruel. Fair. I mean, in the end, I have an evil soul. That's all I'll say. Not to mention the wild hunt would have reached our borders sooner or later. We've been stretched thin without your help. Yep, because of their connection through Andrews. Maybe you've never put two and two together, but what you did in Notwin also helped reduce the threat of the wild hunt. Socialization is just something that requires practice, like anything else. If Nolan's crisis hadn't been resolved, the two abyssal powers might have joined forces at some point, making our situation even more dire. Oh, I guess you're right. Oh, look at us taking down the Abyss in two separate nations, doing the Knights of Onia's part, aren't we? Like Palma might have a few things to say about that. That was just honor to remember. Not quite sure that lets him take credit for now, huh? Well, I guess not. In any case, for Knight, honor is something you get to define for yourself no matter what the outside world thinks. That's the question, isn't it? Why do we do what we do? But I think it's safe to say you already know the answer. I do. Oh, so this is where you've been hiding. You know, I don't think this was designed for sitting. Oh, when you become such a stickler, come have a drink with us. There's plenty. Don't mind if I do. I mean, it might be a little toxic, but grape juice again. Non-alcoholic. Budo juice. You know, Charles would never let me hear the end of it if I started drinking without him. So disappointing, but understandable. Yeah, 1.0 Abyss when it was easy, or Modern Abyss. Oh, I almost forgot, since this banquet is also for the actors, I invited Devon. Oh, right, might hike up the bill a bit, but who cares? I haven't seen him in too long. Yeah, well, he turned me down. He never did like being the center of attention. It is sad. The city is a little too small for him to spread his wings. Even if no one's afraid of him, he could still take out a windmill or two, because it's better not to risk it. Big thing is that people have said, oh, maybe it's time to draft a proposal to build him a landing pad. Wouldn't that attract even more attention? Traveler's right. If this is what makes him comfortable, might as well let him be. In the meantime, I propose a toast to our honorary knight. People are saying this might be some sort of foreshadowing of a human-sized Devalin like they did with Durin. Yeah, that reminds me, in Japan, they have people you can hire to quit a job on your behalf. To our honorary knights. Kanpai. I've been thinking about our party at Wind Runs, you know, and now almost in the blink of an eye. Final stop on your journey is just around the corner, says Naya. But what about Celestia and Conria? Well, that's part 2. The story says plans have continued to advance, now only the Pyronosis remains free from her grasp. It is pretty notable that they did not seize that Gnosis. It's... For certain people, and I don't want to be... I mean, let me be a little general for a second, but honest to goodness, like, if you live life as a woman and you never say no to people, eventually some guy you don't particularly like is going to scoop you up, and you're going to end up in a relationship you don't particularly like and don't particularly enjoy, just because you couldn't say no. And that is one of my boys. His adopted sister died because of that. I mean, she ended up basically getting sucked up into a sort of party scene, and she got drunk and fell off a boat and died. This was last year. It's not really my story to tell, but it's like, yeah, I mean, it's... And I mean, because I'd had that conversation with Dom, about that, and he was like, no, it's not like that. And then, you know, a week or two before she drowned, I was at a family event with him, and I mean, she came in, you know, with like one of her on and off boyfriends, and I like mentioned that offhand. She's like, yeah, that's basically what it is. And then like 2 weeks later, everyone got drunk and they weren't paying attention. She fell off the boat. It was awful. It was really, really awful. But it's just that's why it's as important as it is to just have enough self-respect to say no to people who are trying to drag you into bad situations. Because otherwise you're going to get in a bad situation and it might not stop with basic uncomfort. So it's his plans to continue to advance, knowing the Pyronosis remains free from her grasp. Back to the game! Yeah. But even the captain couldn't take Mavika's Gnosis by force, and he's dead now. I guess we don't need to be concerned about its safety for now, so that's good news at least. They're gonna send Columbina to take it. Oh, you wouldn't be taking a dig at someone else's ability to hold on to their Gnosis, now would you, Grandmaster? Every day is exciting. Oh, of course not. I'm not one to rub salt in old wounds. Our harbingers do often tend to take a rather extreme approach. Just look at Tartaglia or Signora. But we'd be mistaken to ignore the fact that Signora did not mean the Geonosis using force. I don't know if Dom is ever going to show up on one of my streams again, now that he has a girlfriend, and that takes up his time. But he used to be in my phone as Ugly Coaster, because I was playing, like, there's this phone game called Psych, where you answer, you know, kind of mean questions about other... Hello! I figure gameplay. Guardian Signs is good, but that's the only one I ever played. Don't take that the wrong way. But as basically, if Dom was a roller coaster, and then his sister, you know, what would it be called? Then Dom's sister said his name would be Ugly Coaster. So wow, ignore the facts and did not win the Geonosis using force. 60. Max level. Been that way for like 3 years now? Yeah. Appreciate. Right, you told me about the contract Mork signed with her before his death. You're saying she didn't need to resort to violence in Mondstadt either. That's right, and they're bringing back the final contract. Wonder when that's going to be. Yeah, I have been playing since 1.5. I wish I'd played since launch, but I've been playing since 1.5. That's right, she was able to provide a reason convincing enough to persuade Mork. She persuaded me, no problem. Suppose she just didn't think there was a reason to negotiate. I just woken up, so it must not have seemed like much of a threat. It was vengeance because she was not happy about Rostam having died and didn't know Venti didn't have control over that. The real trick is to name a Slackoth or a Slacking Bread in Pokemon. So when its ability triggers, it says bread is loafing around. Honestly, the Gnosis was of no use to me. I didn't care who it belonged to or what means were used to take it. Just knew if I fought her in that moment, the cathedral, perhaps even the entire city, might have become collateral damage. And Dvalin probably has the Animo Sovereign's authority now, given the final cutscene back in 1.0. True, I wouldn't put it past Senor to take civilians as hostages either, so that's the full story. In the end, though, it was those same methods that led to her end. After all, her third target, the Raiden Shogun, wasn't a big negotiator back then. It was really funny that it took me a while to beat Abyss back in the day, and it's only gotten harder. There's no shame in doing co-op for boss and domains, and Abyss really is based around having the shield character these days. And the endgame has gotten a lot tougher since when I started because it's more or less based around it. They want it to challenge players who have been playing for a while. It's tough. Perhaps Senua's success in Mondstadt really convinced her that she was a match for the Archon of any nation. I had to stop her. That's sad to hear, Bala. Did the right thing and pay me to see Inazuma as it was back then. I'm glad things have changed since. Of course, now the elite force of Harbingers has quite a few missing from its ranks. So I suppose the Tsaritsa no longer has the means to meddle in other nations like she used to. She might go herself. Who knows, perhaps a chance to formally meet her instead of Naya might come sooner than we think. In about 5 more patches. Some of our knights remain stationed in Notgra. If you need help, just say the word and we'll be there. Thank you both. I'm getting closer to the truth. I can feel it. Yeah, let the hatred flow through you. The look in your eyes, it's changed a lot since you first set off from Mondstadt. You thought his name was Michael, but his name was actually Baikel? And you thought people were saying Mike when they were saying bike? But my advice remains unchanged. Never forget that the journey itself is meaning travel. The birds of Tevat, the songs in the cities, the Tsaritsa, her Fatui, and the monsters. They are all part of that journey. Perhaps earth-shaking truths and indescribable trials await you at the end. Just remember, there is more to life than that. Well, at least they remembered the date. I will thank you. Alright, that's more than enough acting like a real Archon for one night. Now it's time for Venti, he said. Still not a slip of drink for dear old Venti at a time like this. You're no fun, Vark. It is still wild that Venti is the only Archon. Well, Japanese Venti is the only Venti to be voiced by a guy. Murasei Ayumu, because he has a really good femboy voice. Which means that Istaroth, because Venti and Istaroth share the same VAs in all languages, JP Istaroth is the only, well, the only female character in the game to be voiced by a guy. Because he's just that good at cross-voicing. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Adoption is amazing. Jumpy Dumpty Fish Plastic. Da da da. Someone's going in solitary confinement. 2 people are going in solitary confinement. Da da da. Rest in peace. This is so fun, Mom. Tanashine, Mama. Yeah, I think so too. Tanashine. Come on, let's blow them all up. Well, I don't think it's actually there. Let's check though. Mom, can I play with the magic toy you made? Is that the bubble? Very soon, darling. In fact, it should be ready tomorrow. I just know you're going to love it. Oh. Hey, can we play together? Yishoni asobu? Why, of course, we'll have ourselves a splendid time. It's the end of that. For what it's worth, it's... Oh, and it had a bordered title card for the first quest because it was still pretending to be the Mondstadt Archon quest, but now it's full screen. Okay. Variations on the Song of the Dragon and Freedom. Wait until the following day, 8 o'clock. Oh, yeah. Do you play with Cyan voices? Again, I've thought about going for the Chinese voice at least every now and then, because it is technically the most original. But like I said, the devs specifically, in particular, Flynn's was basically intended for Nakamura Yuichi, the Gojo voice actor, to voice. And they approached him years ago, actually. So it's complicated. Right. It's a weird situation. See, we killed Kui. You did this. You did this. How could you do that? Ah. Well, in that case, we can do the last Archon quest, I think, and the fish are gone. Oh, is it? Joku. Toshiyuki. Oh, and he's Linny, too. Oh! Are you an Oberon based? If so. Oh. Because, I mean, you mentioned FGO earlier, but is that not? Yeah, yeah. Is Google wrong? Is Google wrong? Or am I mean, this is the one name that's standing out to me on this list. Yeah. He's Claude, too. Okay, okay. Were you not aware that they shared a voice, though? Okay, okay. You know, what's crazy is that you may or may not know, but LB6, Lost Belt 6 was originally a lot more straightforward. It was rewritten entirely just because Nasu saw Umino Chika's design for Oberon and decided, okay, this guy needs to be more important. I'm serious. The weirdest thing is that there was a lot of speculation that Koyanskaya was Daji. Though, to be fair, in retrospect, it was kind of a misreading. Because Tamamo is all the Fox spirits. Or at the very least, that Koyanskaya was actually one of the Tamamo 9, when she ended up not being one of the Tamamo 9. But, oh, the big thing is that back in Lost Belt 3, the Chinese one, you know, very specifically, they mentioned her weight, and it was the exact weight of the Tunguska meteoroid. I mean, Tunguska meteorite, which was meant to be, you know, foreshadowing that, okay, she's Tunguska related. But of course, people didn't know to check then. Fair. Yeah, fair. Just look at the pretty faces. But it still feels crazy to me when I have to use him for non-buster characters. I mean, because his buff is just that good. But even still. Okay, let's take that off so we can get these quests in. Yeah, I don't dislike the design, but I will say that his art is not necessarily... It stands out. Art without a strong border does not work well for portraits in the gameplay and practice. Forget... The guy who did the art for... I don't know. What'd she look like? Was it John? I mean, every gacha does have to have a John D'Arc character. Oh, yeah, Lilith. Yeah. The funny thing about Lilith is that Lilith's designer, Nipi, was an artist who basically just drew John Alter and Saber Alter. And then when they got hired, they were basically told, you know, draw a new character with that aesthetic. But, oh. Let me see something. Is there a few quests we can do to start these? Let me see. Okay. The funny thing is that Lilith was really good at the start, and then ended up not being very good. Because... Who is... Okay, Mixology. Night Savonius about to open their drink stand. Hertha from the logistics company is looking for help. Talk to Hertha. Gwenfidia from the logistics company. Because her kit is based on dealing more damage to enemies who are charmed and inflicting a charm status. And then they just started putting out pretty much every relevant encounter the enemy was immune to charm. So she stopped being especially usable. Hello there, Honorary Knight and the Helper in White. So nice to meet you, Honorary Knight and Lady Paimon. Gwenfidia at your service. Gwenfidia. This is voice. Looks like you're in a good mood, Hertha. Nice to meet you, Gwenfidia. No problem. I'm kind of tired too. Oh, Hawaii. Oahu, right? That's the only island any business happens on. That is not true. Other people brought it up. It's not my fault this time. By the looks of things, you're about ready to open. Indeed, thanks some help from the Angel Sharon that Cat's Tail, our drink stand is ready to go. I have other ways of torturing you now. Besides all the classics, we also make cocktails to order and currently offering a limited time delivery service. This is just Valhalla. Okay. Are you a consultant or if that's not too private, cocktails. Remember that time we served at bartenders at the Angel Share? Recently you've also shown off your skills at the flagship at Nodcry. Because back in Inazuma we had the Drinks of Dreaming event, and then they brought back that minigame in one of Columbina's quests, as well as Nefer's part of the second Nodcry Archon quest. Oh! Do you have a Bang Boo? I'm sorry, that was a stupid joke. I don't even play that game. Sure, I've come a long way, huh? Well, that really was a long time ago. When exactly was that? Barely remember now. The only thing is, our current drink selection is quite traditional. It stopped feeling fresh long before the expedition began. To offer everyone some more exciting choices, we're planning to revamp our menu. Because the non-combat main playable characters in ZZZ are... Unfortunately, it was. But I need to get back to handling resident requests, and Gwenfeya doesn't have much experience mixing drinks. Plus, we've got a whole bunch of outstanding delivery orders on hand. I think I'll do the minigames tomorrow and finish the questline today. On a rare night, if you're free, can maybe help us out for a while. Just wait until my other squad gets back from the Stormbearer Mountains. Okay. Well, I mean, presumably you're operating business operations for foreign companies who need someone on shore. Temporarily, right? That's the impression I got. You'll be amply compensated, of course, plus a double pay for overtime, depending on your performance metrics. No rookie when it comes to making cocktails, that's for sure. You can leave the whole bar in my hands. There was a... Oh, I'll send the... let me see. Was it New Yorker or... I can't find the article, but there was an article I read with really good visual presentation. I think it was New Yorker, about digital arrests in India. And at one point they involved someone being used as a proxy, so make sure that you don't end up getting wrapped up in anything illegal against your will. No rookie when it comes to mixing cocktails, that's for sure. You can leave the whole bar in my hands. Mom's not sure what performance metrics are, but she's happy to help with deliveries. As the best guide into that, Papa needs to keep up with the changing times. Sounds as if you have the chance to explore the city and step to date with all the recent goings-on. That's good, at least. Oh, working with you two is always such a breeze. My best support Lady Palm in any way I can. I'm very skilled when it comes to things like portioning out drinks. Alright, well if you're ready to, let's get to work. If you're coming back stateside in Hawaii, you mentioned you were worried about, customs, so... Hopefully that does not become a problem for you. In a chat of refined drinks, travelers serve as a mixologist, mixing drinks according to the guest requests. May need to make some adjustments to the drinks to meet your guests' needs better. After chatting with the guests, gather clues from the conversation, then derive inspiration for mixing their drinks. Sometimes partial clues cannot lead to accurate conclusions. In such cases, you can associate this clue with other clues to derive inspiration for either mixing a drink or introducing a new topic. After gathering all the inspiration from proved drink recipes, you can create new drinks based on these ideas, completing a customized drink that satisfies the customer. We'll get that with Genshin Part 2. Maybe. Oh, and there's nobody there at the bar right now. I guess they took Glenfiddich out back and shot her. Amber. Talk to Amber. During the special welcome ceremony, Amber and her juniors prepared a brand new flying and shooting challenge waiting for people to come and experience it. It is quite funny that it's very plain that what Kui has going on is just a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic kind of thing. In the sense of... Oh, interesting. Oh. It's explicitly described that her bombs detonate, while the normal Knights of Oni's explosives are black powder that only deflagrates. And that all she's doing is just using real-world modern explosives. And that's all. Oh. That's funky. Barbala. Interesting. The signals officer. Hey there, traveler in Paimon. This isn't voiced. Sad. Let me introduce our new colleague. This is Asia, signals officer for the 7th Company. This is her able assistant, Vesper. Pleased to make your acquaintance on every night and held the helper in light. Honored to meet you. Say hello. As in, no joints? You have arthritis? Shrar, Recon Falcon, other signals officer. I've never heard of this position. Well, actually we have. The first one we met was Phonia. Oh, like your name. Fair enough. Okay. Well, this Falcon is so well behaved. It looks like it's wearing armor. It's even carrying a tiny bag. Hold on a second. Palman's confused. What did Amber mean when she said performance? Does it have something to do with Miss Asia and Vesper? Oh, let me explain. Master Jean probably told you we're holding a wind glider speed shooting event, am I right? It's a very simple way of explaining it. In reality, it might be a little different from your expectations. This event was more like a flying performance and instruction challenge. The crux of this event isn't gliding with a wind glider, it's about sending signals from the glide to airborne units like Vesper so we can instruct them to perform complex maneuvers and defeat monsters represented by targets naturally. Should be a novel experience, a pleasant little surprise. Sure. So we're not gliding, we're guiding, so we just sit at the back and set signals. That's right, this flying challenge is a technical demonstration. Our goal is to showcase the new direction we're taking to develop the Knight's reconnaissance capabilities to our colleagues. Amber may be able to accurately detect enemy movements and make concise records while gliding. It's not a skill that every knight can aspire to. She kind of straddles the line between NPC and playable character, I guess. Asia. Store-Bolliger. Amber may be able to accurately detect enemy movements, make concise records while gliding, but that's not a skill that every knight can aspire to. Goal for Vesper means to write a comprehensive set of instructions so that our new knights can coordinate with well-trained Mondstadt falcons, form a pair of eyes in the sky. That way, even without strong outriders, and gather intelligence over a sustained period to ensure steady progress when advancing. I envy you. In fact, with the innovative forward-facing weaponry the Vesper's equipped with, probably this green bow or whatever, some of the weaker airborne monsters we encounter can be eliminated in advance. Well, very impressive. Sound just like an engineer. Do you have something lined up, or are you just gonna do odd jobbles? Relax, Asia. There's no need to be so serious around these two. You're not talking to Commander Frederica. Let's think of it as playing with a new animal friend. The most important thing is to have fun. The first rule of Fight Club is to have fun and be yourself. Sorry, Amber, I'm just really eager to get this underway. Vesper and I have been training hard for this demonstration. We get your approval on our Unite and the Helper in Might. I'll mean our instructions are basically good to go. You can polish them up a little to put them into practice. Of course, you might encounter a few mechanical malfunctions during the demonstration. We've been training pretty intensely and may have ended up wearing out some of the components. Once replacement components are all ready, we'll swap everything out. Don't worry, we'll make sure Vesper's backpack works perfectly in the field. Did something happen? I think it was. Fair. Oh, wow. I don't know if there's I didn't see any issue on my end. I think you might both just be having Wi-Fi issues at the same time. Maybe. Maybe. Oh. Swap everything out. Backpack works perfectly in the field. Sure, I'll be strict, but I won't be harsh. Don't worry, I'm not here to nitpick. Sure, okay. Then Palman's gonna go give it a proper go too. That sounds like all four of you are bursting to go. Well then, have fun. Okay. Favonius Falcon's Recon Log. Traveler must command Vesper the Falcon to fly along a designated route and launch projectiles from an alchemical backpack to hit targets along the way. more targets destroyed, the more trial coins are earned, the higher the flight score upon completing the challenge. Alchemical. During the flight, there will be multiple perspective changes in the tracking view. When using a mouse, hold the left mouse button, keep firing, and drag the mouse to adjust the firing direction. So you can actually fire at a specific direction. In the top-down view, the Falcon will automatically target objects directly ahead. It's kind of half Afterburner with it head-on, or maybe Panzer Dragoon. And the other's more Toho. Objects directly ahead. The Falcon comes into contact with the monster targets. Elite monster targets, monster bullets they unleash to lose action points. Contact with elite monster targets causes you more action points. Action points depleted, challenge fails, crucial plan the flight path carefully and avoid dangers. During the challenge... Works for me. You're not Asian passing here, just Nagatoro passing. It's different. During the challenge, in addition to the trial coins, increase your score with various pieces of enhancing equipment. Defeating elite monster targets might make them drop the enhancing equipment. Pick them up to obtain combat buffs. After obtaining the homing shell, automatically lock on all targets for a period of time. When firing, attack all targets within the line of sight, obtaining their cyclone shield. But when vortices will be created along the Falcon, dealing damage to any monstrous bullets targets come into contact with. Taking one air strike, Falcon's alchemical backpack will be charged, actively release still damage monstrous bullets and target straight line ahead. Due to the intense training, the Falcon's alchemical backpack is in an unstable state. You encounter some unexpected situations during the flight. Quest is almost ready. Yeah. As long as it works. Let's talk to you, Honorary Knight Asia Gretel. So, Amber mentioned Gretel back in the Snowblazer event in 6.2. Leaker said there was going to be a playable character named Gretel. That may not be the case. The little girl in the silhouettes, they were saying that was Gretel. I don't think that's going to be. You can begin the flying demonstration instruction challenge anytime you like. Now to think about it, how does a Falcon conduct reconnaissance? Interested in the technical side of things? Wonderful, it's a little complicated, so try to make things as simple as possible. Sure. To achieve air-to-ground communication, in addition to making the most of Amber's unparalleled reconnaissance expertise, we also integrated 4 different technologies. Alchemical equipment from Mondstadt, a Gardamek identification device from Montaigne, missiles for controlling overhead surveillance devices from Leeway. How'd they get that? Cloud Retainer, expertise on beast taming from Sumeru. Oh, Welyn? Welyn, he might have a gun, which is really fun. I hope they make that good. He's going to be standard banner cryo polearm. Probably 6.6 with Nicole. People are saying maybe 6.7. He's a lunatic like Tartaglia, which I like. He has a completely flat ass, though. Vesper's undergone special training. It's able to send over more than 30 simple signals to the mechanism on its back by using various tones and movements. These signals are then converted to a coded sequence of flashing lights, which are transmitted to the ground for operators like me to interpret. Similar operations methods have not already been field tested in various overhead surveillance devices. They have those? To eliminate multiple criminal syndicates and monster swarms, methodology is proven reliable. I've heard about this before. Is that even possible? Apparently, a big exhibition will be held in Nogbai soon. Delegation from Leo is planning to showcase some even more advanced technology. I'm going to go watch and learn. And, however, for the time being, the flight instructions sent to Vesper will continue the same information chain that I detailed just now. Yeah, but when he was first revealed in the trailer, every other person was like, his legs are sticks. It's his torso and then just straight to leg. I think I'll let this one go. I don't think this is a particularly good line of inquiry. Coded light signals, mechanism on Vesper's back receives and emits specific tones to tell Vesper what to do. The visibility is good, takes less than a second from the moment the order is given for Vesper to react. But if Vesper can't receive the flashing light signals, it will rely on its memory and intuition to return to where it first took off. I mean, I said it before and you said you didn't care. I'm just bringing it up because it's important. The only three things, we only know about 4 things about him, right? Well, 5. 1, he doesn't know that Venti's Barbados. 2, he has a little crossbow on his wrist. 3, he's a polearm character. 4, he's a battle maniac. 5, he has no ass. So, just wanted to say everything we knew about him so far. Can't receive the flashing light signals, rely on its memory and intuition to return to where it first took off. Vesper's so clever. Char. Indeed, I became neighbors with Vesper, who was only as tall as a Spark Knight, and Vesper was only half as tall as me. Of course, Miss Hania's work, Introduction to the Principles of Beast Taming, also played a vital role. She's the fungus tamer gal from the various fungus events. Hania, I've heard that name before. She has some kind of sort of special insight in this area. Perhaps you've met her before. I've only read her work, though I'd love to show my gratitude in person. Right now, she's only released a limited run of proof copies, but her book includes a detailed discussion on communicating with animal companions that has benefited me greatly. If I hadn't found her work by chance at a small stall in Notcry, who knows how many years it would have taken to realize her plans for air-based reconnaissance. Her rapport with Vesper is clearly a key factor. You and Vesper, obviously birds of a feather. Ha ha ha. Okay. And that's true, it's not easy to find a bird of prey as clever and cooperative as Vesper. It's one of the biggest difficulties with trying to popularize a system like this going forward. Still, I'm ready to take on the challenge. I'm going to send my beast-taming socks off, in addition to my regular studies, of course. Keep your socks on, please. As the technology matures, perhaps the signaling equipment will become more compact. That way, birds like pigeons could become viable options. The training process will become more standardized. So you wait, honorary knight. And Favonia's headquarters, back to the test. What exactly does the signals officer do? Huh? Do you know Phonia? Yep, she's in some of the Kui bombing events, shining light at the original signals officers. It's Phonia who established her operating principles, combining incredible alchemical technology with cutting-edge experimental tactics. She designed most of the training programs I completed with the help of the Vice Captain Eleanor, her very first signals officer. Something unexpected must have happened when she finished compiling the signals handbook. She was transferred, took up a temporary role as an intelligence officer. By the time I got back from Dormanport, Phonia had taken a leave of absence. I've been able to see her since. Actually, a few things happened. I get the impression it's a complicated situation, but the higher-ups haven't issued an incident report, so I guess that means someone like me doesn't need to know. I'm happy to leave it at that. Someone want to know about Phonia, she'll be back in the game in no time. Respect her too much to think she needs any undue concern from me. She'll get back to the matter at hand. Good idea, I want to know more. Right, let me think. We've already covered the operating principles, however, we've run into a few problems in putting them into practice. And, for example, echo and beam detection devices remain difficult both to operate and to maintain. An entire team of dedicated technicians will be needed to perform maintenance on the battlefield. It's precision instruments after all. Not every knight can be an expert in engineering. Have Kui and Alice do it, or at least Kui. There's nowhere around it. That's the difference between theory and application. Outfitting every unit with acoustic sensors or alchemical beam equipment isn't cost-effective. Mondstadt can't afford such technology at the moment. Therefore, we've settled on two different paths. The first is to continue to tackle the key technical challenges. Second is to adopt the relatively simple optical-based methods that I propose. Authorities in Wei have extensive experience in this regard. I'm going to keep in touch with Suding's team for regular guidance as development progresses. He was the Millith guy, I believe, from the cross-nation wargame event. And there's a slightly different thing to say. That's all to get my head around. Let's continue next time. Sure thing, we'll leave it here for now. If you'd like to learn more about the relevant technology, I could probably write a short summary for you. No playable Gretel, I guess. I'll come back later. Take care, Honorary Knight. Best man, I'll be ready for inspection whenever. Shrar. Should have voiced the Shrar. Well, whatever. We just jump up top. Isn't that nice? Let's go in here. I played Pokemon Conquest. Not as much as... I beat the initial storyline, and Oh, you... And it's... Why is it purple? Abyss? Alright, we made it time for round 2, huh? But, because the big thing is that it's harder to level up your warriors if you evolve their partner Pokemon early. And so I evolved the Pokemon too early and did not evolve the warriors, and then I beat the main quest line sooner than I might have liked, instead of grinding out stuff there while it was easy. And then I never did the side stories after, so I just kind of screwed myself with that. It was sad. It was fun, though. Should figure out a way to play that on stream, maybe. Maybe. See this here. This one is not long. Could maybe do a minigame or two. Time for round 2. Was this bubble this color before? Is something wrong? It's evil and purple. Yeah, you would never kiss Sasuke. You just want to watch him kiss Naruto. Kidding. Maybe. Not sure it was like this when I came to check on things this morning. It's the Abyss. You know what? I have the game. I have the game. I just need to... I probably need to send it to someone for freelance repairs, and then... Oh, I wonder if anyone still mods 3DS stat capture cards. Probably not. What? That can't be. How did the power of the abyss even get in there?
アビスの力がどうやって入ってきたんだ？
どうやって入ったんだ? You sure know your stuff, traveler. That's where my head went to, but I don't know. Something is different about this power. It's hard to describe. It's abyssal in nature, but also not a threat. We get an interesting lore dump this time around about the nature of the abyss, actually. What does that mean? Seems to be in an embryonic state, like an egg that hasn't hatched. The dark clouds before a storm are an omen before disaster strikes. Abyss egg. Of course, the world within the magic bubble is imaginary, so the same should be true of this abyssal power, at least for now. Imaginary abyss. But abyss is quantum. Well, we created this magic, right, Alice? Do you have any idea what's going on here? Sorry. New magic does often come with its issues, so I can't say I'm entirely surprised something like this would crop up. As for a solution, however, I'm afraid I need more information first. One thing is for certain, at least given the current threat, we'll have to close off the bubble to event participants. Are you talking about the Twitch issues, or...? I imagine it's probably Twitch problems, specifically. Yeah. Oh my goodness, yeah, the 2 hour 45 minute mark. It started just going in and out and in and out. And that is interesting to me. Because the main thing is that the way it's working for me is I use Streamlabs because Streamlabs has a built-in multi-stream if you have Ultra. Makes things easy. But the way that works is that I stream directly to Streamlabs, and then Streamlabs streams it to Twitch and to YouTube. So it used to be really problematic for YouTube and unreliable there, and also for YouTube, I had to set up a custom stream ingest, because if you stream directly to YouTube through Streamlabs, unless you're using a custom stream destination, if you're using the built-in YouTube, it always creates a new event. It literally cannot use a previously set up event, which sucks. So I have to manually make a custom ingest for each day for each stream key, which complicates it slightly, but at least it works on YouTube. But months ago, YouTube was having the problems. Honestly, given that Twitch is at least able to reestablish, well, if a YouTube stream ends, it cuts off the video entirely, and then I have to delete it and re-upload the VOD myself. I mean, in the end, if one has to be having issues, I would unfortunately prefer the Twitch. I'm sorry, guys. You can kill me or something. My apologies, Miss Alice. I know you've made a promise to Cleve, but I'm not sure you'll be able to keep it. Yeah, but the issue is... It seems to be an issue with Streamlabs or with Twitch rather than an issue with my Wi-Fi, because I haven't had any kind of connection stutter, at least on my side. I think we all need to go blow up Streamlabs headquarters or something. They made a promise to Cleve, not sure we'll be able to keep it. Angry Cleve. I mean, Angry Alice. This is the one time we've ever seen her with a determined expression. People have commented on that. Ever seen Alice look this serious? Breaking a promise to Cleve might make her angrier than all of Dotori's scheming combined. Unprecedented crisis notwithstanding, it's just too soon to just throw in the towel. We should be focusing on is how we're going to fix this. Because Cleve had a promise to play with the bubble. Talking about the Cleve situation or the Abyss situation? The Abyss situation. Both and I have my suspicions, but I'll need someone to head into the bubble and confirm a few things. It's not like we can avoid going in there, right? We have to nip this crisis in the bud after all. I agree, we have to take action. Alright, I'll go convince Cleve to play somewhere else for now and then head right back. In the meantime, Nicole, be a dear, keep observing the bubble from out here. I won't provide any fixes you can while the rest are inside.
このシャボン玉の魔法を修復して。
I don't know, Alice. There are quite a few unknowns here. It's not like I can force people to head in there and take that risk. The angels aren't miracle workers. Isn't that kind of the whole deal with being an angel? Oh, you sure about that? Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm happy. Fine, I'll do what I can. Just be quick, okay? This is your magic after all. Well, I guess this is the best option. Definitely not gonna sit back and watch. What was today's story meant to be again? So it was Homeward he who caught the wind based on the Outlander who caught the wind, and then for a reunion without tears, based on For a Tomorrow Without Tears, and this is variations on the Song of the Dragon and Freedom, which is just originally Song of the Dragon and Freedom. Oh, so it's, yep. The part where Barbados uses the lyre to summon Abyss-corrupted Valen. I actually started out using OBS. The main thing is, like I said, it's multi-stream options through OBS are either another kind of custom ingest that you have to sign up for. There are separate multi-streaming services, while Streamlabs does have it built in, though it has its issues, as you can see. And if I were just actively multi-streaming directly myself to multiple ingests in OBS, that would eat up my bandwidth twice as fast. I actually... When I went off to college, they gave my sister the room that I was in because it was bigger and I didn't need it anymore. Then I came back and became employed, still living at home. And then she went off to college and she stuck with the room, but I was like, this room has better Wi-Fi. And a couple weeks ago, I moved my PC back into it because the Wi-Fi's better in it. I had very unreliable Wi-Fi in my own room, and also it's just nice to have the PC in a room other than my bedroom because it's less cramped there now. But even with that, I mean, I guess I could in the long run just go back to streaming on one or the other. But at this point in time, it's hard to abandon one, you know? Everyone joins forces to find him inside Storm Terrorzor, purges him of abyssal influence, and there we have it, a happy ending. That sounds like how it happened. Well, we've got the gang from back then all here. Let's go in and find out what's happening. Coming in too, potential threat or not, there's even the slightest chance Mondstadt is in danger and need to get to the bottom of it. ... His chance to be a hero of Mondstadt, huh? Jean. It's nothing, I was just feeling a bit nostalgic getting to work together like this again. It's everyone from the original time, and then also Varka. Yeah, yesterday I felt like that too. It might also be one thing is that I think I'm gonna have to start getting ice bowls again. Because for a March in the Midwest, it is oddly hot. And to be fair, when the AC starts getting turned on the house, it might get better, because the specific situation my room is in is that it's the farthest away from the router and from the furnace and the AC. So it gets colder in the winter and hotter in the summer than every other house. The room I'm in right now actually gets a good amount of heating and cooling. But as of right now, the heater's still on because, you know, it's just an abnormally hot day in March. And it's going to get cold again and probably snow again soon. It's just stupid. So you felt like that too. Yes, but that was for fun. That which confronts us, that was a real crisis. Suppose the memories just came back to me all at once. It's an unprecidented, serious affair. Actually, it is precedented. That's why she's nostalgic. Never mind. Oh, look at you getting all sentimental. That's a first. Okay. Oh, well, I suppose I am a bit too high-strung most of the time. Hey, don't be embarrassed to say what you feel. I think that's how things should be. It's how we all grow closer. Besides, the more you open up, the less people will be surprised like Paman here when you choose to share something. Character growth. Again, I really am excited for possible Gene Hex buffs or hopefully Felonious buffs. Let's look at Paimon, no filter whatsoever, blue comments whatever comes to mind, so it makes her so endearing and approachable. Oh, it's about time to give Paimon a compliment. Turned out far and hang on, was that a compliment? Ginyo Yaro. Yaro! The closest translation in English is literally just bastard. It's basically, literally wild child of unknown origins. Before we set off, I just want to stress that whatever is happening in the bubble right now is a huge unknown. In the Varka story quest, Paimon called him Sir Lights a lot. But in the Japanese, like I said, he was Tegami Yaro, which is literally letter bastard. I was able to maintain contact before, but right now all I can observe within is chaos. So I imagine communication might be cut off as well. Might be difficult, she said. It might be difficult for us to guide you, so proceed with caution. Don't worry, this isn't our first time leaping headfirst into a dangerous situation, because it's literally all the people from Act 3 Prologue 5 years ago. There's 5.5, but there's also a lesser side to fall back on if worse comes to worse, though it would mean all our recent hard work going to waste. Probably just gonna pop the bubble, right? Well, whatever. You mean destroying the bubble entirely? Yeah, exactly. Pop. Yes, if it comes down to it. Alright, I'll monitor the situation from outside, provide whatever external fixes and support I can in the meantime. Again, this is going to include a lore dump about the nature of Abyss, which is interesting, because it is plain that Abyss is kind of quantum/Honkai power, and internally, Genshin is literally called Honkai 4 in the files, though they've never once said the word imaginary or quantum in the Honkai context. Understood, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, sound good. Even though Numa and Usia are also plainly imaginary and quantum. Alright, let's go. Variations on the Song of the Dragon and Freedom. Okay. Pop. And this is not Storm Terror's lair? What's happening? Well, is this Mondstadt? It seems like it. Didn't we all come in at the same time? Where are the others? The bubble must be highly unstable right now. Unstable. Look, there's Venti surrounded by a whole bunch of monsters. We should go help him. Yeah. Oh, perfect timing. Come on, so these unwelcome guests the duel. Let's sweep up the monsters, basically. We got Scroll, which we can't even trigger, Daybreak, and Rising Winds. And, wherever a breeze blows. Nice. Cooldown reset. Interesting. And Cinder. Skyward Sonnet. Let's roll some Pyro. Okay, and there we go. Nice! Okay. Where's the... Is there a big one? Oh, never mind. Big one. Okay, regardless. Can you hear me, everyone? Not really. Fix together some of the communication control functions and scratch together some items that should give us an advantage. Elemental devices, prove useful a pinch. Be sure to use them when things get tough. Okay. Not that much in the way of... Hello. Oh, healing! Oh, that's fun. Thank you. Kind of wasted that though. Regardless, okay. Kazeda and boom! It's a nuke. It's insane, actually. Talk to Venti and go over the current situation. All good, Venti. Very much so, thanks to your timely arrival. But Mondstadt looks like it's in bad shape. Story's all messed up now. Yeah, the city's crawling with abyssal monsters, almost like we've already lost. I'm not sure what happened. The rest of our group might need backup. Let's find them first. Good point, let's go. Hayako
僕にもわからないけど、まずは一緒にこの世界に入ってきた仲間たちを探し出さないとね。今頃どこかで動けなくなってるかも。
Okay. Dvalin. CG Abyss Dvalin. Did he have purple wings back in... I don't think he had purple wings even in the... Did he? It's been so long. Look, it's Dvalin. Is it just palm? It does look way worse than back then. Exactly, it's a further degree of corruption. You're right, the corruption has spread throughout his entire body. If we had failed to purify him in real life, imagine this is what would have become of him. Wait, it looks like something's falling. And it's the tears. It's his tears. Like the ones we purified in the past. Exactly. Yes, but at this point, these tears are essentially crystallizations of abyssal power. If left unchecked, they will continuously summon abyssal monsters, and this disaster will never end. See a Hilichurl over there. We also need to get our hands on one of them, right, so I can purify. No, this degree of corruption cannot be cleansed. Besides, we need them in their corrupted state if we want to summon Dvalin. I doubt the pure sound of the lyre can reach him in his current state. Sounds like this whole thing is still going to end in a confrontation, though, just like back then. Yes, I wasn't certain before Dvalin showed up, and now I'm sure this situation is more than simple chaos. Seems more like an alternate version of events. I have some idea of how it came to be. So do I, but we should find our companions first. Well, monsters abound. No matter where we look, you choose where to go, and I'll follow. Okay. And this is a hex event at least. Okay, cool. Harm. Decreased. Okay. Collect the tears and find your companions. Bobble. And she can just do those again. Okay, cool. Thanks. Oh, that didn't hit anybody. That was less than pleasant. Okay. Really? Really? Okay. At least that hits someone. Okay. Come on. And, we can nuke you. Wherever a breeze blows. Interesting. We're hitting with the arrows and we just didn't get that? That's bizarre. Whatever. 25% chance. Move after he presses to use it. Bizarre. Huh, well, alright. Strong at least. We can actually just use aim shots if we feel so inclined. It's funny. Okay. Seal up a little. Oh! We can get hit by this. Bad idea. We can get vaporized now. It deals 50% more damage. Oh, that is very cool. There is an... Oh, it's Jean, by one of the tiers. Hello there. Save her. Look, it's Jean. Jean Danchoda. Jean joined the party. Ouch, ouch. Okay. Okay. Severely contaminated teardrop crystal from Devon completely consumed by the abyss. State of this tier reveals that Devon in this story is beyond hope of healing. What is this? No, really. What is that? Oh, it's just doing lightning strikes. Oh, that's fine. It's various theater mechanicus machines. Ah. Oh, hello there. I don't quite like that. Oh, but we don't have enough Hexerai to have the Windsunder arrows. That's the issue. Oh, that's funny. Okay. We need to find Varka so we get Hex. Look, the tiers and find your companions. Thanks for the help. I know everything we encounter in this bubble is imaginary, but these monsters sure felt like the real thing. It's like too true to life. Don't worry, as long as I collect Devon's tears, I can use this abyssal power to our advantage.
僕たちがやってきたのもトワリンの涙を回収するためなんだ。
なるほど。
I see. In that case, let's get moving.
引き続き行動しよう。
ファルカにはあったか？探してるんだけ
Have
ど。
you seen Varka, by the way? We haven't found him yet. No, he might be at the upper levels. Let's search together.
上にいるのかもしれない。一緒に探そう。
Does dialogue vary based on which one when we encountered her? Probably. Okay. Based on Diluc. Okay. Okay. Alright, I remember seeing Diluc on the other side of the city. We should go help him first. Sounds like a plan, let's go. And it's targeting us, and of course hitting the enemies around. I guess the lightning is going to keep going. And we just get... Well, no, it's got an area to it, because it is a... They're all basically... This one is theater mechanics, the others are not. It's funny that the Nicole orb is by Muna's house, specifically. It seems motivated. Okay. And... Yep, Skyward Blade and VV. No Animo Shred. That's a shame. Pulling speed. Let's go find Diluc, because we've been all split up. Second day's tests have come to a successful close after a joyful banquet. Third day finally arrives. Time to test the story's ending. We can't set it to focus experience mode while we're in the quest proper. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Hey, Diluc is over there. Okay. Defeat the monsters. We've got him in here now. Okay, cool. And... Alright. Pick it up. Cool. And, let's see. Wherever a breeze blows. And it didn't kill, but we did manage to move. Good. You made it, thanks for the assist. Still boiling fire. Looks like Mondstadt is in dire straits. Did you see any knights or civilians on the way here? No, then my initial suspicion could be right. The knights have abandoned the city, evacuated all civilians to a different location. Abandon the city. In the face of unrelenting abyssal attacks, it's possible they had no other choice, but none of that matters now. An empty city has its advantages. We don't need to divert our attention to protecting civilians for one. Oh, and this thing looks like one of Devon's tears. I don't feel good about just leaving it here. Okay. That just happens to be what we were hoping to find. Let's take it with us. Wait, what about Varka? Have you seen him? No, I'm not sure where he is. We'll just have to keep looking. Okay. Better find him sooner than later. Grandmaster Reception warrant. This is the abyss we're dealing with. We never be too careful. Got another. Contaminated teardrops in the city. And hello there. Alright, we can take this down, I guess. Water. I nerfed Diluc's hair in what sense? And please go to the rain. There we go. Okay, good. And okay. Come on. And even with consistent vaporizes, he's just not that good. This is a shame. A real one. Thank you. Oh, in CB2, how long ago was that? 'Cause I don't remember that specifically, unfortunately. It has been some time since I really took a look at Diluc. I mean, I've been using his costume for a long time. I wonder what's outside the city. Nothing, presumably, but it's interesting that they let us even go around. Interesting. Obviously, it'd be fun to clear everything out, but what's up front? I mean, the main thing is just, you know, even Jean doesn't look too outdated. The fundamental issue with Diluc's model is that they gave him an abnormally big forehead. His eyes are too low on his head, and that's what makes him look derpy. If they had given him the same eye position, and this has been known for years, as the other tall dudes, it would just look normal. It wouldn't be a problem. But it's just dumb. It isn't as bad with Ayaka, and with a smaller head model in general, it's not as flagrant. Though I will say that Ayaka... Oh... It's really more an expression question for her, in my opinion. But I will say that she also is one of the sillier models, and even the outfit doesn't really fix it. So if we go outside the area, does Paimon tell us to go there? It's Alice again! She is the one governing the boundaries here without exception. Interesting. As it is Hex. There you go. Walls are around there. We can just go over the walls if needed. Just want to kill everything. Apparently we're getting a Theater Mechanicus event this patch. Which, the trees will shake, they won't drop anything though. Okay. Yeah, honestly... I would just switch to YouTube if I were you. It's there too. And it's not having issues, last I checked. I mean, it's really up to you. I mean, the main question is... I mean, if I were to switch back to OBS, that would complicate some things, frankly. The other question is just... Oh, we can set this up. Nice. Hello there. Hello. No, maybe I didn't want that, because that prevents me from getting mounts. Okay, whatever. Come on. Come on. Keep the BB shred. This ain't too bad, actually. And there we are. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alright. That works. Well, what I mean is that it's almost certainly largely a matter of the fact that, like I said before, multi-streaming, the way I have it set it up, it gets streamed to Streamlabs, and then Streamlabs themselves... Well, they think you're North African. You're more like Samara. Okay. And then it streams it to YouTube and Twitch from there. And it's not having any issue with YouTube, but now it's having issues with Twitch for some reason. I know you're a superstitious Bala. I think to the extent that luck exists, it's different. Oh, you meant like Bennett. I thought you were just being racist against yourself. To be fair, that's oftentimes a pretty fair assumption. Okay. Oh, well, that worked. Bad ball luck. Okay. Well, the rain's cool at least. Because I'm focused on other things, and also you were talking before about how everyone thinks you're some kind of anything other than white. Don't blame me. Okay, thank you. Swirl this, and okay, well, regardless. And, oh goodness, alright. These ones are surprisingly strong. Okay. Yeah, okay. Ah. Do you want to go for turtle elimination? This is still crazy. Whatever. You know what? Let's heal everyone. Let's just heal everyone. Okay. 1, 2, 3. It is what it is. And we're still getting corroded. Ah. I mean, the really annoying thing is just that we can't get Hexerite right now. Oh, if we ordered over here, we could have gotten water. Not that it matters much. Okay. In the end, if I had to pick one, I'd probably pick YouTube because I can, you know, self-promote with shorts there. I mean, it works a little better, but even still, it is what it is. Hello. Alright. If we want to, we could swirl like that, and then yeah, both swirl and vaporize. That is probably what we're meant to do. Nice. Okay. Still a lot more complicated than it needed to be for Rift Hounds. No, what I mean is that your curse is probably not the evil eye or something. It wasn't an Italian who cursed you. It's probably someone not Italian. So they can't detect it because it only works for Italian curses. Maybe. That's my guess. So where is he? Oh, he's over there. Alright. And just like this, and that there, and please blow. Thank you. Surprised it didn't absorb anything, regardless. Oh no, that was a lightning strike pylon again. Guess I should have used that. Well, whatever. It is cool that there are a number of optional encounters that are just for fun around the city. Let's go around the back way. Training time. Severely contaminated. That's all of them, but... right? Interesting. I guess he's on the upper level, or... I guess we can't go that way. Donde está Varka? No, really. That's also locked off right now. What gives? Oh, he's just in a weird... No. There are 4? Actually, you can't die because you have Sturdy. You have a 100% proc chance focus band. Here we go. Oh, what happened? Mondstadt. Also, there's supposed to be dialogue for Diluc and Jean about each other. Because they're cutesy or whatever. Oh, I think I saw Jean on the other side of the sea. I was going to head over to cleaning out these monsters. Or go help her? Good idea. Before and after grouping up with Jean. Grouping up with Diluc. Okay. Alright, I remember seeing Diluc on the other side of the state. We should go help him first. Sounds like a plan. Let's go. It's the same... It's Diluc. Either way for the second part. You're the main villain. The statue's broken. And there were some people talking about the statue in Mondstadt getting broken, and they said it got replaced with Columbina, which did not happen, but they were probably getting sort of misinformed leaks about this. It's the Venti de Milo. There you go. The Grand Master should be over there. Come on, let's hurry. You're gonna make me feel bad about not watching Legend of Galactic Heroes. I gotta read Berserk, I gotta watch Legend of Galactic Heroes, I gotta read Vagabond, I gotta read Vinland Saga. I have to be pretentious and read all the big sign-ins. Or watch them. And I'm too employed for that. I hate that. Yeah, I mean, Legend of Galactic Heroes is very notable for having Chinese notable characters, right? I do recall that. The Master should be over there. Come on, let's hurry. Well, is it in front of the cathedral? I mean, the context in which most anyone knows Legend of Galactic Heroes is, that are you uncomfortable or are you bothered? Whatever meme where they just stretch out the neck of the character. I mean, honestly, that's why I really wish I could do this and make enough money to survive. So that I could consume peak fiction and not have to worry about dying. Well, I mean, everyone is entitled to their slop. Everyone is entitled. Okay, oh, he's fighting. Does it pay well, and how do you do that? You're making me curious. Is there anything around the cathedral right now? We can't go inside. We're just gonna go straight to Storm Terrors when we finish up with... Oh, and it just sends us back. Send us all the way back! You're kidding. I'll eat you. And not only did it send it back, it counted as a void out and we lost all our energy. Okay. Well, okay. I mean, at this point, I don't even care whether they do their taxes right. As long as they're not killing people, I will enable fraud. It doesn't matter anymore. Oh, wow. I mean, anything that isn't confidential, or... That's really cool. Well, it's time to heal up. Orb time. Let's go this way. Oh, goodness. Oh, when you say... Oh, okay. So you're a proxy for artists at events. Okay. That makes more sense. For those who can't or won't appear in person and need someone to sell merch, books. Okay. Yeah, like a Komiket kind of thing. Well, this game has a lot of artists. The only artist I know... There was only one artist, and if you say, I'm gonna scream. The only artist who has officially revealed themselves as a character designer is Paco. Do you work for Paco? If you or I don't know. I will say. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Perfect timing. Let's do this. Okay. Fair. Understandable. Don't waste your cash. Let's do some shredding and stuff. That didn't work. Oh, where's the electro coming from? Whatever. Don't get used to it. Don't get used to it. Now there, you're gone. Oh, and we got my Mises. Hello there. Because you mentioned my hero, my idol. The greatest FGO artist. And okay, alright. And we'll just take that down. You're not that strong. Okay. Yeah, exactly. If you want me to stutter, trick me. It's like we're all back together, everyone in one piece. No, this is Genshin. Yes, the honorary knight arrived just in time to help us out. Okay. So there's not that much more. I'm familiar with them. My sister played Doki Doki Literature Club. I did not. I don't have the time. My sister has played more VNs than me. It's shameful. But I know of her. I mean, back when that whole fiasco was going down, I went to a restaurant with Dom, an Indian restaurant in town, and I literally overheard someone talking about that scenario at one of the other tables. It was genuinely the most breaking containment thing I have ever experienced. It was, to have someone mention that in real life is insane. Honorary Knight arrived just in time to help us out. Now they've corrected the volunteers. Monster attacks appear to be easing up too. Okay. It's T-Ball. Corrected volunteers. Monster attacks to be easing up too. If you haven't noticed by now, our collective nickname for her, or at least my nickname for her, is Bala. It doesn't mean anything. It's vaguely Italian sounding. And it doesn't mean anything or make sense. But okay, so you're a proxy for Don Salvato and that streamer. Okay, makes sense. I'm sure you've noticed, but the city is pretty much a ghost town at this point. Exactly. You've been named. You've been renamed. I think it's better, anyway. It's shortened to the point. It's half the syllables of your actual username, so it saves time. Yeah, we should get out of here. No sense of wasting our strength. Time to go to Storm Terror's lair. Okay. This place should be safe for monster attacks for now, for at least. And when you act mean and then act all innocent afterwards, you say you're a ball angel. Well, you call yourself an angel, and then I say ball angel, and then you get angry. Our dynamic's great. We should do a comedy duo thing or something. Exactly. If you mention... Yeah, exactly. All you have to do is actually get work for Paco, and then I'd have a heart attack and die on stream, and it'd be funny. Anyone there? The communication function bugged out again. Do you copy? Me, Nicole. Alice just got back too. Can hear you now. What's going on? But Paco designed... He designed Tinari. He's the only external artist who has revealed the design they made. But he made Karna, he made the multiple Arjunas, he made Duryodhana, a lot of Indian characters in Fate. He made all the Nobunagas. He has a very distinct style. Fantastic. I mean, I'm not big enough. He would say no. I guess I'm too nothing and too controversial, but one day, you know, like, I hope in the next 20 years I have, like, more fans and Paco isn't dead, so he can draw me a design before he croaks. That's the dream. Here now what's going on. Like, that's the dream model. That's the dream model, the dream design. That said, it's... As in with the artist, or with... That's pretty baller, so... Experience cut out the part where the Traveler cleanses the abyssal power, didn't think to replace it with a different sequence of events. I think what we're witnessing is a direct result of that. Alice and I thought the events in the bubble would be independent from each other. Since the magic is contained in one place, it appears a causal link is formed between all the events within it. Yeah, because the abyss was never cleansed. You're tempting me. You're really tempting me. Yeah, exactly. Like, I need to move. I gotta move somewhere so I can avoid the upcoming draft. And then I can just meet anime artists, and that can be my life. So, because Devalin was never purified, we've encountered a major bug. I knew it. Maybe. I'd have to learn Chinese first. So what we're seeing now is like an alternate version of events where the honorary knight never appeared in Mondstadt. Wait, but even if the traveler never showed up, he could have done something right, Venti. Well, it makes a lot of sense, you know, because they have the ability to, through artistic and entertaining type talents, get cash from the comparably wealthier United States, and they already speak English. Similar cultural sphere. That said, pretty soon, I guess Canada might no longer be the poorer country. I think it is time for the American century of humiliation, after all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sure they've heard it 5 billion times, but I think they're the coolest artist ever. And I think they're like... I mean, I don't want to get sacrilegious, but... You know, me and my cousin thinks he's the coolest ever, so... Yeah, random no-name streamer from America in a dead-end job and his cousin think he's cool. Fair. Fair. Wait, but even the traveler never showed up. He could have done something right, Venti. Well, according to the Varka animated short, not really. They just had to seal Devalin away. The Abyss is a far greater enemy than one person can face. I could have handled that specific situation too, but it wouldn't have gone quite so well. If I'm not mistaken, you've seen how that version of the story goes yourself, right, Varka? Through the mage's scryglass. And this is what happened when Varka beat the mage's trial, the chess boss, which he did without cryo, apparently, or any elements, which is crazy. That was a kind of prophecy. That was again in his another prologue animated short, because they expect us to watch all of them now. I guess that's okay. Felt so real, I doubt I could ever forget it. Even if you're lying, it's okay. It led to funny things happening. And if you aren't lying, even better. In the end, you were able to seal Devalin away, but you were wounded in the process. Even better! Like I said! But Devalin was sealed. How did things get to this point? You made me so hyped up my voice cracked, and now my image is ruined forever. I have to die. I'm sorry. Do we go with the dagger? Or the katana? For the ritual suit? I'm sorry. No. My facade! My carefully maintained facade is cracked! Yeah. Because the seal doesn't solve the root problem. Over time, the Abyss would just go stronger and stronger, deterring Devalin's consciousness until there was nothing like... I think it's been for the better. I think it's been fantastic. Exactly. No more Mushin, just Eigen. We're gonna be mononymous. How is that even pronounced? Close enough. That's how it's written. Wait, does that mean what we saw earlier was? Mindless abyssal Devalin. The aftermath of Devalin breaking free from the seal. That's right, he is in dire straits. The famous band, headed by Mark Knopfler. That did happen, and then my sister yelled at me because I was making noise, even though it was because I'd almost been stabbed. The context is that my dad won a replica of a sword from Game of Thrones because he used to play the Song and Ice of Fire miniatures game and was really good at painting miniatures. And then it was mounted on the wall in my room back when the computer was there, and it fell off the mounting because I nudged it, and it almost stabbed me. But it's blunt, but it was annoying to get disentangled from me. That's all. I wasn't correcting you. I was explaining my own confusion. I would never. The only person I would insult like that is Bala, because she's my Ball enemy. The power of the Abyss is fused with his flesh and bones, purifying now, and the state is no different than sentencing him to death. So if we want to resolve this crisis, we need to slay the dragon. Oh, okay, okay. Understandable.
トワリンを
We have
倒
to
すしか
kill
ないって
Devolver.
ことだな。そう暗い顔をするな。これが仮想世界の出来事で良かったと思うべきじゃないか。
No, that sounds intense, but remember, this is a fictional world where the real development is as right as rain and a
こ
lot
こ
more
まで
mellow than
激し
this
く
one,
動き
that's
回
for
っちゃい
sure.
ないがな。アビスの
We
力
have
を
a
どうにか
solution,
でき
so
る
let's
方
hop
法
to
が
it. Should
せ
be
っ
a
か
piece
く
of
見つか
cake
った
for
ん
a
だ。
group like this.
さっさとやっちまおう。俺たちにとっちゃ朝飯前だろ。
Okay.
クレイも俺たち
No
を
time
待
to
ってる
lose,
ぞ。
right? We got Kui waiting for us after all. Oh, she's playing somewhere else right now, so we do have some time. Of course, the sooner we resolve this, the better. Real quick, go on. There are some that I know and some that I don't. It's just that there are a lot going around, and it's hard to keep track of all of them. You're right, this is the only way.
やりづらいなら
I know default
俺た
means
ち
a
に
lot to you.
任せ
If
て
this is too hard, you can leave it to us, you know? No need to score yourself over a game, right?
誰も嫌な思い出を残すことはない。
I could just trade them at the bank to get them condensed, right? Or ask for change. Are you worried that you're gonna shop somewhere where they won't take ones and they'll mock you? Be fine, I was prepared for that possibility back then too. Let's go, Stormdeer's lair awaits. Oh, is it United States? Well, wait for Hawaii, I guess. Probably have a currency exchange at the airport. Could do it to turn it back into Canadian dollars, into dollar dues. I'm sorry. That'd be kind of the opposite of what they expect, right? This is it. Ready, everyone? Oh, more than. Kansas? Guy who pronounced it Arkansas and Kansas. Oh, more than. Of course, there's hope to learn a thing or two since the first time around.
初めまして。
Well, I guess I'm the newbie, huh? Good thing I'm a quick learner then.
問題ない。
How different is
す
this
ぐに追
fight
いつい
gonna
てや
be?
るさ。
What about you, Traveler? This is your first big fight in Tibet, first transdomain. Were you nervous back then? How about now? Well, nowadays, Deval's got like 5,000 HP, period. To be fair, that is just his back crystal. Not nervous, you've all grown a lot since then. I mean, if you're going to Kansas, the model will take you pretty far. It's... The variability of development in various areas of America is pretty wild. If we came to this challenge once, we can do it again. It really does feel like a better and more of a real game when they have let Trevor be voiced. Paimon believes in you. Though in the mournful cries of this lyre, tainted and defiled, summon a familiar now utterly voice. What's his catalyst? Oh, well, it's the lyre. Where's his summoning circle? Exactly. The next time I ever go to a convention, I'll be virtually appearing on a digital signboard. 4 tears. Eyes glowing. You alright, Barbados? Turning the surging abyss into musical notes is no simple task. But how could I claim to be the finest bard in Tibet if I didn't rise to the occasion? I have heard enough. People have said that whatever this garbled dialogue this is meant to be maybe Venti's true name before Venti and Barbados. Because presumably he would have had a name when he was still just a wisp. Not beating the allegations. Oh, I guess we're attacking the back crystal again. It's just bigger now. Which makes sense, because it metastasized. Call me fool. They would all be in Italy, so probably not. Be Devon, who has been corrupted by the Abyss, this hulking dragon is intimidating as ever. This will storm terror Devon. Freedom comes even through the destruction of all things. The wearing down first will bring attack as a weak spot. Okay. Jakten, and thank you. Oh my goodness, this is actually, well, this is rough. Need fire, dodge, and thank you. Cool. This Storm Terror is a massive degree stronger than the normal one. It's actually hilarious. Well, no one's gonna be stronger than Valka, right? Yeah. Oh, this is actually ridiculous. Now's your chance, climb up and attack the Abyssal Core, and it's a Void Ward. Well, it's a Lunar one, actually. Okay. Thank you. Oh, look. Aha, nice. And right through. How much time we got to keep wailing away? It is a multi-rotation one. Difficult. Okay. I mean, I'm fine with that. Not that I dislike him or anything. These are Abyssal versions. Physical damage? That's physical damage. Okay, cool. Oh boy, he's super mad now, and it's the gliding attack again. Abyssal version of Celestium Finale Termini. Okay. That'd be named after the Masamune, right? Do they all really like Final Fantasy or something? Or is it the the actual Masamune? Okay. Alright. To be fair, the best way is probably to use Jean and Venti. Exiled to the Bala corner. This is so sad. Dodge. Oh, if we group everyone up, I bet we can actually run this just fine. Come on. Dodge. You know, the most relevant Vaughn has been to me is when I use him in TCG. Because he's darn good in TCG, actually. I'm gonna switch positions and oh my goodness. You didn't give us a chance. That's... What? Well, that was anticlimactic. Okay. Embarrassing. I suppose we can just keep going. Really got knockbacked. Okay. So you're here now. Cute. I mean, pink does rhyme with twink. So I guess that's how they had to do it, right? Oh, whatever. 2, 3, 4. Probably could have worked in VV, but it wouldn't have made that much difference. Okay, cool. And there we are. No. That actually had enough range to connect. Nice. Slash and 1, 2, 3. There we go. What's I? What? No. How? What? No. Okay, this is embarrassing. They put me so close to the edge that I just fell off. Oh my lord. I'm usually not this bad. I'm just tired right now, guy. Okay. Oh my goodness. Need to get over on this side. Come on. 2, 3. Okay. There we are, and got that. Cool. Thank you. And let's actually go there. Thank you. Shred. Nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shred that. 1. I think it does kind of wait for specific breakpoints, I imagine. Maybe. It is kind of wild that it is possible to actually fail to fight if you take too long and all the platforms roll away. There's an actual failure condition. Okay, cool. And should be enough. That's over. Thank you. You know, honestly, pink wouldn't look bad on me. I could go pink mode. Okay. And that's over. Thank goodness. Okay. Yo, I was noticing a difference. But I guess they did give him an invisible damage buff in this. Thanks, Gene. It is interesting that Varka and Wind Arrow Diluc both use wolves. I mean, it raised the question of how did Diluc still have it when Varka was off on the expedition? Because Varka had it with him. Are there just 2? Or Abyss Beam? Okay. Things are mostly over now. Oh, real Dvalin! You came in. A witch girl? Dvalin, you're here. Follow the liar's song. Wherever it leads. Thank you. Looks like the witch's tale isn't over yet. Dvalin on Dvalin. External questing Vanel Termini. I really do wonder what a theoretical play of Dvalin would be like, and exactly it's just the increasingly grown tumor. Yeah. What if this had been playable? What now? It also might not be a happy ending. Seeing Dvalin's anima specifically being a lot more. Something will strike the final blow. It's your turn to be the hero. I'll take night over hero any day. There are still few things cooler than dual-wielded glamours. He had to stop himself in the ground with a sword, which is bad for the weapon. Yeah. If you're conjuring it every time, I guess it doesn't matter much. Okay. I mean, as nice as it was to have a physical palette swap to Dvalin, would have been a lot nicer to... I don't imagine this is doing much. Sorry, Ether. To have this be what's playable. Especially since it's... They haven't really reused... the shoot-em-up gameplay is kind of similar to the minigame in the event. Haven't reused the shoot-em-up gameplay that was used in the initial Mondstadt Archon quest, and it... He's the second Sentinel from Silksong, basically. Klee's happy. Now the bubble doesn't need to be popped. The bubble popped with us inside. Would it send us out, or would we just get popped too? Sounds dangerous. Oops! Yeah, because it came out of the bubble. Here to play. I did not expect that. Huh? You know, I'm surprised it only broke the window. He's bigger than that. Just tuck his wings in her. Okay, there you go. And we were still in the domain, so they played the music for half a second. And Bubble Crisis resolved without incident, while Alice and Nicole fix the flaws of magic, prevent any recurrence of the problems. Okay. Interesting. Klee doesn't notice a thing and embarks on a relaxing adventure alongside her mother and Nicole. Now, the only issue left for the night's result might be the window Dvalin broke. Looks like it was a happy ending after all. I wonder if we can go and see that broken. Probably not. It'd be funny if you could jump out and have it dump you in Mondstadt. Or even the lake. But it's kind of like a choo-choo car ride. That's from Valerium Mirage, which was frankly the worst summer event. I don't know. Worst limited map. I can't really count the Not One Resort, though that one was kind of, yeah, honestly. Had its fun moments and its thrills on Alpine and had a great time. Guess it wasn't without some collateral damage though. Sorry about the window, Jean. For what it's worth, the choo-choo cart is probably the inspiration for the aqua buses, because all the little dudes in Valerium Mirage are people from the past who have long since died. So historically, that was probably the source of the aqua bus in Fontaine. Despite as long as the building itself is intact, I consider that a win. Arrange for the window to be replaced at a later date. In a case where Naki Dvalin around when he did, would have been tricky to deal with a flying opponent otherwise. Well, Venti can bear us aloft with the power of 1,000 winds. That's the quote from back in the actual Mondstadt Archon quest. They didn't bring back the shoot-em-up gameplay. Why didn't they do that? Suppose I could have created Gust of Wind with Suicide, but I'm not sure our gliders would have survived the process. Honestly, after everything we faced, I can't believe Alice still decided to bring Klee in there to play. She's a daring one, that's for sure. I mean, can we be certain there aren't any other bugs that just haven't cropped up yet? You have mentioned your Korean-Italian cousins, that is right. I suppose that speaks to the confidences the witches have in their magical mastery. Again, in the Japanese, every time the English says mage, it says majo, which is a specifically gendered term, which every time the English says witch, they say mahotsukai, magic user, which is not a gendered term. If I know Alice, because majo literally means demon woman, or magic woman. Whole Bubble could have been blown to bits, Quisha wouldn't have had a single scratch. Her abilities do speak for themselves, I suppose. So would know anyone down for a drink? My treat. Oh, skip that. That does sound good. I had a dream the other day that I was going with family through Los Angeles, where I, for what it's worth, have never been. But I do know... Oh, I'm gonna get stuck in a story time. Short story time. There's this restaurant... Oh, it's Pasta Fusion. What's it called? LA Japanese Fusion Pasta Restaurant. No. Unico Tokyo Pasta. I saw these crazy pasta dishes, various seafood fusion pastas, on the Twitter. It's in LA, and I'll probably never go. Oh, it's actually in Redondo Beach, which is LA, but not really. But I had a dream, and I was like, in the dream I was in LA through unrelated circumstances, and all I could think of was I want to go to the fusion pasta restaurant. I saw on Instagram, back when I still used Instagram, this, Ryujin, or Dragon God, this ramen place in Brooklyn. And under unrelated circumstances, because I was a chorister back in college, I was in a men's choir. I was a tenor one, if you couldn't guess from my voice. We were in New York City one day, and I went all the way to Brooklyn for the restaurant because I saw the spicy lobster ramen they had advertised. And then it ended up being half a lobster that they had posed to look like a full lobster. I'll sing like a minute of a song. I've thought about doing karaoke, but it's just... I gotta catch up with this game first. They got limited time exploration rewards. I did an acapella once because I couldn't get the music working in time. And then I wanted to do a karaoke. And then my sister got angry and I couldn't do it because she complained about the noise. It was a thing. It was a whole thing. And then a second time, I went to Europe, and I got lobster pasta. And it was also half a lobster posed to look like a full lobster. I've gone 2-2 on fake lobsters. Well, half lobsters. And then that was probably what gave me my parasites. But that's another story. Okay. They were going to sell your ball organs. Your ball liver. Well, that was a cappella, because there was no accompaniment. Okay. That sounds like a great idea, but tonight it's on me. I better have a bottle of fine wine set aside just for the expedition team. She's gotten nicer. She's gotten nicer. There was a redeem for impressions that I should probably make a song redeem. Is there a song? Mostly I know dad rock, grunge, and 90s and 2000s alternative. Great idea tonight. It's on me. I happen to have a bottle of fine wine set aside just for the expedition team. Even better, count me in. And he won't be drinking. Right. Okay. Say no more, you have me at fine wine. I'll sing Japanese Mavica Blazing Heart right now. The closest I ever got to death, in terms of just feeling like I was gonna die, was I was running in sub-zero weather, and I ended up sucking in so much cold air that I got frostbite from the inside out. And that was perhaps the closest I have ever felt to death, besides when I got into parasites. But come on. Where are the lyrics? Come on. Come on, Wiki. Japanese. And notably, the Japanese version is the only version that's sung by the Madoka voice actress. Atsuki nami ni fure, jiu no hono idake, nidoto mayo nai. Une wa yusha ni hoem, rashi sai mika ni susumo, ame o subete o arai nagashite. Blazing hot susume, moyashi suku sekabe, tamera wa nai de koite yuke, haruka kanata made, akuseru zein kai, jikan nante nai, suzuki susume, hikare yoru wo terase. Okay, that's enough. I wasn't warmed up. Maybe. I keep forgetting to close out the source before I show the chat widget. Whatever. Yeah. I have not burst a blood vessel sneezing. My dad once burst a blood vessel in his eye while singing, building up too much pressure. Yeah, my dad's the one who kind of got me into singing. Okay. Give me $5 or whatever. Kidding. Blazing hot, utae, daremoki. Actually, well, the issue is that I don't really... I'm a lot more familiar with the first half of the song than the second half, because the reason I know it is because of doing it in the rhythm game and then dying in the second half. What I should really do is just learn all the... Oh, come on. I need to sing the Varka one, because that's the only song that with a dude singing. Though to be fair, my vocal range isn't too bad, which is maybe sadder. I only really know the first verse. Oh my goodness, it's just not an any song day. One of these days maybe it'll be Sonic songs and be funnier. I'll learn all the relevant vocal tracks and just sing them in sequence. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger or something. Be a fun line. All right, let's head over to my place. Then you're coming too, right, Jean?
Yeah.
I'm afraid not. There's still a lot of work to do. So what? The world's not going to end if you push it off. Come on, we never get a chance like this. She a Tita Taylor. I have never passed out, but my mom passed out when we were visiting family in Hawaii once. We were at her parents' house and she just collapsed. Luckily, it's carpeted, so she didn't really hurt herself, but still, it was frightening. Okay. Mondstadt lyrics. Knight's Anthem lyrics. German. Come on. Mondstadt Anthem German lyrics. Where is Mondstadt Anthem German lyrics? Because it was played in the escape sequence at the end of his quest. Okay. Can't find it. Where is it? Oh my lord. I'm not opening a TikTok. Okay. It's the vocal version. No. No, it's slightly different. Bala, I command you, by the authority not invested in me by anyone. Give me an 80s grunge song or a 90s or 2000 alternative song and I'll sing it for you real quick. It's just, I couldn't find the lyrics for the Mondstadt one. Also, I'm not good with German. Wouldn't be a problem. Who is? I would not be opposed to it. Whoever that is. No, not at all. If you have someone who wants vocals, I can record something real quick. I'm confident in my abilities as long as I can get warmed up. I almost did some singing collab things some time ago, but they never materialized. Oh, I did not know that. Look. If this is the big come up, if you need someone, if someone needs someone to sing, if they want sort of mid to high range male vocals with strength and charisma and passion, I don't need to sell myself like that. Do I? I don't know. Every day is an opportunity for self-promotion. Wouldn't be a problem. Head back to headquarters and be after done. Help make up the work. Second thought, how about you just join us when you're done with that? What about you, Honorary Knight? Gonna tag along? There are lots of Novas. But, look, all I'm saying is, if you want someone to sing with me, and if someone wants me to sing with them, I am perfectly fine. I'll do it for free. I'll do it for exposure. I mean, like, the fame kind, not the freezing to death or nudity kind. Okay. And tag along. I've still got questions for Alice. Wait for her to get back from her adventure with Queen. Okay, all's well that ends well. Am I right? To the bar? Haha. Okay. Yokatta. Oh, Slub's going to the library. Let's wait for her there. Well, I mean, I'm almost done. Yeah, looks like it's been fixed already. They're in here. Oh, that explains the loud noise I heard outside, so it was Devon who fell into the river. Considering his size, the fact that he broke a single window, not the entire wall, seems like a feat of magic in itself. Yeah, exactly. And it's already fixed. Convenient. Thanks for helping the repairs, you two. This place looks good as new now, so you probably just painted a new window with Kimi. Okay. Does that count as a great feat of alchemy then? Probably. Well, honestly, she's in there. There's other post-quest dialogue, but I think looks like it's been fixed already. Yeah, exactly. Alice and Queen, they're in solitary confinement. There's only about a minute more. We'll finish this out. Exactly. If you're looking for a freelance vocalist, I'm confident in my abilities, and I'll do it. I'll just do it. I'm nice. I'm nice to most people. Our dynamic is just different because we banter. I don't try to be cruel to you, within a reason. If it ever, when it gets too much, then I restrain myself. But it's a mutually beneficial and mutually combative relationship. We fight and we make up. It's complicated. Looking for me. I'm glad. I wanted to thank you for helping me keep my promise to Klee. Everyone talks about friends to enemies to friends or enemies to lovers. I think enemies and friends and enemies and friends is a better dynamic. There's no reason that the violence has to stop just because you like each other now. That's what I'm saying. To finish this, Quad, I want to thank you for helping me keep my promise to Kui. She had a splendid time in the bubble. Nicole came with us to make sure all was in order and prevent any similar incidents from happening in the future. Well, I guess it's better than Lamine grabbing Toma and shoving him into her own chest. I'm sorry. Nicole came with us to make sure all was in order and prevent any similar incidents from happening in the future. They need to buff Toma. I actually managed to use Virgin Toma. You mentioned used Dendra before. Do you use Virgin Toma? I used Virgin Toma in a few abysses and a few events, and that was a lot of fun. Especially because I got to do something really silly, which was use Baiju as an on-fielder. I mean, in the end, numbers creep has gotten a bit out of hand, but Virgin Toma is not half bad. So you live and you learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Sonic. It's rare, but even the Dodo King isn't immune to a small slip-up here and there, I suppose. And again, the Japanese. Wonder what it is in the Chinese, but she's, Daimao, the Great Demon King. Oh, Quicken. So you use Baiju with on-field Quicken? Interesting. Signature, or? I gotta go for Baiju. I gotta get Baiju from the free cons eventually. Once they buff him and it does something other than extra charge. Thing about it is that all the teams I've ever used Baiju on, it's never been trouble to weave him in for a second E somewhere in the rotation when it's off cooldown. So it hasn't been... I mean, it would mean more energy for, I guess, an Alhaitham team, but... Okay. Which one do you use then? So it's all fixed? Yes, quiet recording work is done as well, so now all we have to do is play it on loop. Oh, okay, Nuv. This is not meant in a cruel way. Just thought you might like to know. Like this. Nuviet. I promise I'm not being mean. Please. Okay. Yes, quiet, the recording work is done as well, so now all we have to do is play it on loop. Should be smooth sailing from here on out. Anyone and everyone can now enjoy the bubble at their leisure. I don't think anyone respects the French. Especially the French. Well, to be fair... It's that meme where, real French people and delusional cosplayers. The Quebecois? How do you pronounce that? Quebecois? However you pronounce that, they're a lot stricter about using French for things than the actual French are. So that's why every cosmetic product and all my sister shampoo bottles she left behind have English and French on them. Not because they go to France, but because they go to Canada. Run out, anyone ever can now enjoy the bubble at their leisure. Nicole will keep an eye on them, of course. Okay, Quebecois. Quebecois? Okay, that makes more sense. Okay. Quebecois. Nicole will keep an eye on them, of course, as necessary experience. That was fate before we changed it, right? I wouldn't put it quite like that. It was more like a fate that will not come to pass. And this is our war done. It's our war done. What about a Genshin that will not come to pass? The only person I'm mean to is Bala, because I know she enjoys the banter. I would never be mean to anyone with whom there's not an established dynamic with. Unless they were really annoying or something. But, what's the difference between the two? Let us not forget that Courageous Dragon Slayer in the story, while in real life he had already left on an expedition to Nalagrai at the time. It's exactly like the trailer. Well, the animated short, which was a trailer, but also not really. Of course, that doesn't mean Devon would have escaped his destined death. Destined death? I'm sorry. For another hero would have come along and paid a painful price for victory. But what we saw in the bubble is what happened after Devon broke free from the seal. So couldn't Varka have been back by then? Well, without her help, it probably would have gone a whole lot worse than Nalagrai too. Rage baiter and rage baited. Hey, dear Palm, you're free to ponder such questions yourself, of course, but it's of little use to ask them aloud. Word of the wise, do not lose sleep over all those what ifs, over the fates that will not come to pass. It's an exercise in futility. Those who can observe fate see both the good and the bad of what could have happened.
くひどいことも目にすることになる。でもね、
But all that matters is what did happen. Those alternate fates are nowhere near as important as the world that exists in the here and now.
意味ないでしょ?
You mean neither shot? There is no meaning. Oh, alright. There's something else. The abyssal power inside the bubble is far too real. Oh, you're saying it was as if the bubble itself had become contaminated. Okay, when that happened, what happened was I tried to silence you for 1 second as a joke, and then I accidentally did it for more. And then I unsilenced you, and I apologized afterwards. So don't pretend like you're being persecuted or something. It was just a bit that didn't land. What we really need to do, and I've said this before, we need to find a game where we can fight it out. So we can just... So it can come to blows, and we can finally settle our differences. Saying as if the bubble itself had become contaminated. Suppose some gunk could have stuck to my luggage while I was wandering the border. I mixed into my magic without me noticing. It's the burying of books. It's the burning of books and the burying of scholars. I burn the books by removing the messages from chat, and I bury the scholars by silencing her for a bit. Well, exactly, you know, that's why I'm picking favorable ground. I am always going to find a favorable situation for myself if I have any say in it. You know how it is. Oh, just kidding, I would never be so careless. Your intuition is spot on, traveler. What developed in the bubble is a nascent form of abyssal power. If left unchecked, would evolve into the real thing, like a Pokemon. Okay, I'm a coward. Go ahead. A coward who's gonna win? What, so it didn't come from outside? It just appeared out of thin air. Okay. No, it's like Tekken. It needs to be at a Waffle House. It's appeared out of thin air. The abyss is perilous, cunning, dangerous, obsessive, most infuriating of all. Complete and utter mystery. Sure, you've seen for yourself how complex it can be. Well, if we're already in the Denny's, I think, isn't Denny's where they play Melty Blood? I haven't played the new Melty Blood, and that's old by now too, but one of my friends bought me Actress Again, current code on Steam, and I played that for a bit. I'm no good at fighting games. The only way I was able to win was by playing Alco, who's the one actual zoner in the game, and just spamming beams. It was silly. Ex's Circle has been observing its energies for a long time. I think Barbot's interpretation is the most accurate. The essence of the abyss lies in the hatred carried by all the fates that will not come to pass. Hatred carried by fate, and the hatred carried by Genshin. This world is filled with conflicting elements. That one thing should happen signifies that a different possibility has been eliminated. I actually can aim a gun pretty well. I'm kind of out of practice, but when I was more outdoorsy, I was a pretty decent shot. These events can be small, almost trivial. At Sweet Madame for lunch day, for instance, that means the Alice who chose tea break pancakes instead is no more. They're gonna make Sweet Madame Alice and tea break pancake Alice into separate characters. They should. Chicken for lunch. Pancakes for lunch. Both those kind of silly. Of course, they can also be events that threaten the world, like my friend Rendodir's decision to tap into the abyss. That instance, the tale of a future when she remained pure was gone forever. She is evil. Yep. So the question of the heart of all... the question of the heart of it all is this. Why must these fates be the ones to disappear? Oh, Palmon gets it. It's hatred that stems from not being chosen. You could make a silly joke here. I won't. Precisely the magic we wove this time involved recreating the past. However, some of the variables we added allowed a certain amount of these unchosen fates come very close, very, very close to reality. And thus the abyss showed its teeth. Of course, much like always, it is not existence that it seeks, but the destruction of it all. Heavier than things I left, or heavier than me? That may be an exaggeration. Above what? I'm not above the fight. It's just that if it was a life-to-death duel with Bala, I'd just take out the Glock and blast her to The world to come. Oh, it's... Okay. Yeah, Abyss Cell seething over to that chat. Okay. Existence that it seeks, but the destruction of it all. The end, though, it wasn't a huge issue. Things like this happen on the border all the time. So you know what, the Abyss is so full of hatred. Thank you. I aim to please. Yeah, fan meetup. I'll show up in full cosplay and then fight. Maybe it really has gotten bad. Oh, good lord. I don't know. Maybe. Played the victim complex, that's for sure. I checked it on my end and it doesn't seem to have stopped.
だから私たちは大切な生活と友達を守らなくちゃいけないのよ。
Obsessed with entering this world at all costs, this is precisely why we must protect our lives and those of our loved ones. Because when you think about it, to exist in this world is to be a spark of luck amongst countless possibilities. How precious is that? Cross swords with the Abyss many times and begin to think along the same lines too. Alice, you're here. So it's pretty much done. I'm truly sorry. Okay, checking the wiki. I'm truly sorry about this, but per the regulations of the Knights of Avonius, Fred must send you to confinement. Sephirosu Kishidan. Yeah, the main thing is that I'd either have to drag it up the stairs, under doors, or we'd have to drill a hole in some of the walls. And honestly, I'm not sure it'd make much of a difference. I mean, because the question is at this point, you know, I could decide to be a bandwidth hog, and then I'd probably get throttled and only be able to stream for the first half of the month. And try multi-streaming directly from OBS or something. And to be fair, that would also mean losing Streamlabs widgets, but that's kind of whatever. The big thing is just... multi-streaming's nice. It'd get more complicated if I drop Streamlabs, but as you see, sometimes it's annoying. At least YouTube's doing okay-ish. Sorry about this. Regulation that's Avonius must send you to confinement. Number 4, things turn out just fine with the magic bubble. Besides, if that's what this is about, should Nicole come along too? Nico. It's about the fish blasting. Yeah. It's not about the bubble. We received word that a number of fish have been injured as a result of explosions near Starfell Lake. It's the end of the second quest. As I'm sure you're well aware, fish blasting is strictly prohibited. I never noticed there's a heart cut out on the inside of the glove. You haven't really seen the inside of the hand yet. Oh dear. Run, please, save yourself. She's already inside. Kure wa mo onaka ni itta. Da. Funny sound effect. Guess it's a day of firsts with it. Daimao, great demon king, huh? Stop, you'll forever travel. You shall never see me again. They aren't making her playable now, I guess. Oh well. They killed her. Again, Streets are saying that she's going to be the last character in Sneznaya's patch cycle before it becomes Genshin 2. Make of that what you will. I don't really know. But it's already fixed, but they didn't have anything to say about that. Maybe that only happens if we went to the library. Here, I'll draw him for you. Look, this is the bad guy. You made a whole bunch of trouble for Daddy. In fact, Dad couldn't make it back this time. Detore. That big meaning, we should boil him up. Thank you. It's pretty much over now, so thank you for popping in. Thank you for dealing with all the struggle. As you can see, YouTube is probably the better way. I'm always happy to sing for whoever wants or doesn't. I'll sing even if they don't want. But I'll be happier to sing if they do. We should boil him up. So sayonara to you. That's right, he has a big meaning, but thanks to the Honorary Knight and his friends, he's not going to be much trouble anymore. Yay, the Honorary Knight is the best. So that's the end of that, so tomorrow is gonna be all the minigames. I guess. That's cool. So, yeah, that's done. Story's ending. No, I don't have enough to level this right now. Okay. Okay. So I think, you know, went a little over, but not much over, so reasonable. So thank you everyone who was here. It's been fun. You got to see me get flustered. I imagine that made you probably pretty happy. Sayonara.